Chapter 1. Sadie. I never thought I'd be here. Standing in a little room, at what is officially my father's funeral. I stared out at the sea of people that filled the too small space. All were dressed as somberly as me. It was an ocean of black and gray, with the occasional flash of silver from a mostly hidden blade or gun, sparkling eyes and muscled arms. I took a deep breath and began. Thank you all for coming today. I know my dad would have been glad that you did. My throat clogged up, as though a hand had wrapped around my windpipe. I coughed to clear the knot. This was something I wanted to do. Something I had to do. Dad was not a formal sort of guy, and he wouldn't have wanted his funeral to be that way either. I've asked you all here today to say a few words about my father. Then we can remember him over a glass of whiskey and the food that will be served right after the service. There was a smile or two among the crowd as I began my speech about Dad's life. Where he'd grown up, what he'd accomplished. His short marriage to my mother and, of course, his business. His pride and joy. Most of the men in the room had either worked for Dad or were his clients. They were a tough, rough lot. As I glanced up from my speech on occasion, I saw a swarm of tattoos and gnarly expressions. Dad's people. When I finished what I needed to say, Dad's oldest friend Terry stepped up out of the crowd, and my heart squeezed tightly to see his beloved face. Uncle Terry. You came. Of course I did. Terry said, then turned to address the crowd of men. I think Jack would have wanted us all to have a drink and spend the afternoon reminiscing about him. So let's all relax in the lounge. Sadie and some of the boys have set it up like a bar, so everyone should be comfortable as heck. The men in the room all turned with a smile and left the parlor where we'd held the official ceremony. Dad's urn was in the center of the room on a dais, and photos of him were displaying in a slow slideshow on a large projection screen. I glanced at the wall to my right. A photo of my parents on their wedding day hung there in pride of place. My father was so very large, my mother so small. Both were grinning like they'd won the lottery. And in the love stakes they had. Speaking of love. You okay? Rogan asked quietly as he stepped up next to me and slid a possessive hand around my waist. I sighed and rested my head on my wolfmate's shoulder. I was glad the official part was over. Now I could relax and truly celebrate the man my father had been. Yeah, all good. Fridge stepped up in front of me, his hands thrust into the front pockets of his trousers. His huge chest and arms looked like they were about to burst out of the black shirt he wore. My dragon mate was such a primitive-looking man, with his size and unsettled aura. I smiled up at him, seeing the tension in his face that I figured must be reflected in my own. A muscle ticked in his jaw and his nostrils flared. Fridge was angry we hadn't found Dad's killer yet, and so was I. But right now, it was time for the funeral and to celebrate the memories of Dad. He had been in a lot of battles throughout his life. He'd fought hard and long. And it was time for him to rest in peace. Resuming the hunt for my father's murderer could wait a few hours. Are you going to bury him with your mom? Fridge asked, lifting his head and gesturing toward the urn where my father's ashes stood. In our town, humans were usually buried, shifters were cremated, and vampires turned to dust. My mother had been buried, as everyone who knew her had assumed she was human. But she wasn't. Not in the true sense. She was a full-blood witch, not that anyone had known. No one except my cousin Shadow and my mates. I nodded in answer to Fridge's question. Yeah. I think so. They would have wanted to be together. But with Dad being a shifter, do you think that's okay? Fridge snorted. Of course it is. Screw shifter law. Jack definitely would have wanted to be with his wife. Hot tears trembled in my eyes at hearing the vehemence in Fridge's tone. There was never anyone else for Dad, was there? I asked Rogan and Fridge, then glanced at my dad's oldest friend Terry, as he moved over to join our circle. No, never, Terry answered, a sad smile tugging at his lips. Your mom was his sun and moon. Then he opened his arms to me. Come here, sweetheart. I flew into his embrace, sobbing against his chest for a moment in sweet relief. Terry had been like a second father to me. Closer than any other family. He wrapped his arms tightly around me and kissed the top of my head. Your father would have been proud of you today, kiddo. You did good. I sighed against his huge chest and when I felt strong enough to do so, stepped away, toward my mates. Fridge's hand found mine and he tugged me back to him. Terry's eyebrows fluttered up momentarily as his keen gaze took in both Fridge and Rogan's protective stances over me. Terry was a full wolf shifter and would understand their body language better than most. I was mated to both of them, and they were making that fact pretty obvious to anyone who observed us. When his old gray eyes came to rest on my face, part of me wanted to say, I've got a vampire lover at home as well. And although it was partly true, it wasn't necessary to rub my love life in Terry's face. Especially as he'd known me since I was a child, and would probably have trouble reconciling that image of me with the one I currently offered. Not one, not two, but 3 lovers. I coughed to clear my throat and focused on Terry's face. We've been trying to find out who killed Dad, Terry. Have you heard anything in the pipeline about possible leads? Terry's eye twitched for a second, then he blinked rapidly, forcing the tick away. I frowned. Nervous tick. Or did that signify he knew something? Terry? You know I've been out of the game for a few years, Sadie. I crossed my arms over my chest and stared up at him. That didn't answer my question. A little smirk tugged at his lips. No. It didn't. You always were a sharp little tack. What do you know, Uncle Terry? I demanded, putting as much heat into my stare as possible. He sighed and glanced at the ground near our feet, clearly avoiding my gaze. Nothing you can use, sweetheart. Seeking revenge would be suicide. I stepped closer and dropped my voice, pitching it only for Terry's ears. I know about the blood ring. About Mom. I know that the vampires want my dad's contact lists. Terry's head came up and his gaze snapped sharply into focus. You know too much, little girl. That sounded strangely like a threat, but I pushed the thought aside. This man wasn't an enemy. I don't know who ordered my dad's hit. And I don't know which assassin pulled the trigger, so to speak. But I want to know. I deserve to know. And I'm not going to stop until my father is avenged. Terry hesitated, then opened his mouth to answer. But suddenly a large hand clapped onto Terry's shoulder, and the man I'd known since I was a child, shut up. I glared at the newcomer. Excuse me, we're in a private conversation. The man slid up next to Terry and stared at me. My breath caught in my throat. This was no man. It was an ancient vampire. One of the oldest in the city. A father, as Vincent would call him. He had long silver hair, a high brow, and long flowy black robes, which made him look like some sort of priest. I hope you will allow me to convey my condolences, he said, his voice thin but somehow strong. I relaxed a little, though my spine shivered with unease. Where was Vincent when we needed him? I wanted to know who this was, and where he sat in the hierarchy. By the power exuding off him, I'd guess pretty high up. Of course, I managed. Did you know my father? The vampire smiled, and his fangs protruded over his lip. I inhaled against the fear that pushed through my heart. Was he here to feed on us? Or was that normal for a vampire of his age? He must have noticed my shock because he gestured to his teeth. I apologize. Once you reach 1,000 years old, they do not retract as they do in the young. He was how old? Holy shit. I swallowed hard and glanced at Terry, who had turned uncharacteristically pale. Thank you for explaining that, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I am Bartholomew, the vampire father said, and held out a wrinkled hand. I took it and shuddered at the coldness of his grip. I didn't know what I was expecting, but an icicle wasn't it. I'm Sadie Williams. I said, probably unnecessarily. And this is Fridge and Rogan. 2 of the men who worked for my dad. I gestured to my men, whose edges seemed to have sharpened since the vampire walked in. Charmed, Bartholomew said, inclining his head. He didn't say anything else, but I had to assume he was here for a reason. I took a step closer and made eye contact with the paranormal who could be the one responsible for my father's death. My stomach clenched at the thought, and my mouth ran dry. Was he here to gloat? I'm sorry, I started, though I wasn't sorry at all. I don't think you had time to answer my first question. Did you know my father at all? Bartholomew nodded and smiled again, flashing his gnarly fangs and making me shudder. How many people had he sunk those things into over the centuries? Probably too many to count. I did. I was a client of your father's business for many years. Terry was one of the men who worked my bounties, did you not? Terry? My uncle nodded stiffly, and then met my gaze with an expression that spoke of true fear. And Terry wasn't afraid of anyone. Or at least he hadn't been, back in the day. Since when did my father work with vampires? Yes, he squeaked, then cleared his throat loudly. Yes, I was. I put up a hand, my heartbeat quickening with my impatience. I'm sorry. But why do I get the feeling you're here to deliver a message, Bart? The old vampire's mouth twitched. He didn't like the shortening of his name, obviously, but I didn't take it back. He wouldn't dare attack me here in broad daylight, surely? We had so many laws in this city about vampire feedings, and there were too many witnesses to buy off. But suddenly his face cleared and he began to laugh. I glanced at Rogan, then Fridge. They both looked as worried and surprised as I felt. When I turned back to the vampire, he was grinning and chortling still. What's so funny? I asked him. You're so much like your father, he said, shaking his head. Then the laughing stopped and he met my gaze. He never knew when to back down, Sadie, and I hope you'll learn the lesson that he should have. Fridge's rumbling growl rolled out beside me, and I put a hand on his arm, stopping my mate from launching at the vampire in front of me. Fridge may have been huge and powerful, but he was a 30-year-old shifter with only moderate control over his dragon. He was no match for a truly ancient vampire. Instead, I steeled myself to go toe-to-toe with the creep. Are you threatening me? He grinned and inclined his head regally. That was a yes? I wanted to vomit. Here he was, literally telling me that he was the one who'd killed my father and he expected me to back off. Another growl sounded, and this time it was from my left side. The wolf was enraged, and that was the last thing I needed. Rogan would never survive a clash with this vampire. And in that moment, I saw with such clarity how important it was to keep my mates alive. Out of danger. I wanted revenge for my father's murder, but not at the expense of the men at my side. Though my stomach twisted with anger and my fingers twitched to grab for the blade strapped to my ankle, I put my other hand out, halting Rogan. Why are you here, Bart? To spit in our faces? He frowned. I would never do such a thing. I rolled my eyes. Bloody vampires were so literal. Are you going to tell me who killed my father? He smiled, then slowly shook his head. No. I cannot. I groaned, annoyed at the impotence of the whole situation. Then why are you here? He fixed me with a stare. To tell you to keep your nose out of our business. Or you, my dear, will find yourself in an urn right beside your father.
Chapter 2. Vincent. I zipped through the streets as fast as I could, hating the sting and draining heat of the sunlight on my face. You're a fool, I muttered to myself as I wound through the city, navigating my way to the small banquet hall where Sadie was holding her father's funeral. I should never have let them go alone. My body ached from being outside at this time of day. The air was thin. The sun was harsh. My skin was going to feel like dried-out newspaper tonight. Not to mention the fact I'd need to sleep most of the night to recover. But it didn't matter. All that mattered was finding Sadie and her mates, my mates, and making sure they were okay. I had a nagging feeling in my gut that something bad was about to go down. I began to run. If I moved at my usual vampire pace, I'd be reported for breaking the rules. And no one liked a vamp who broke the rules in this city. Especially a vampire like me, who'd already been excommunicated for refusing a direct order from a father. But since running was a typical human activity, I ran at a semi-normal pace. All the way to the funeral location. I stopped in my tracks as I entered the parking lot. I inhaled sharply, noting the scent of a father nearby. Shit. It was a word I didn't utter often or lightly. There was nothing like the smell of a truly ancient vampire. Well over 1,000 years old, they had a telltale scent of age, of experience, of murder and death. I couldn't tell who it was, and it didn't matter. Whoever it was, that level of ancient at Jack's funeral could only spell trouble. I raced inside and flew straight through the busy main room, and then the adjoining open door to where I saw Sadie standing with Fridge and Rogan. Their faces were twisted into scowls, and they were all glaring at a man standing opposite them. A man with long silver hair, who exuded ancient vampire power. Oh God, no, which one of them is it? They all look the same. I gritted my teeth and plunged into the scene, calling myself 10 times a fool for allowing them to go out alone. This could have been avoided if I'd been here from the start. What's going on here? I demanded, drawing the attention of the group and assessing the scene quickly. Fridge was breathing too heavily and Rogan's eyes were slanted and yellow. Sadie, on the other hand, had smoke practically billowing out of her ears, but she was only a quarter wolf shifter, so she wasn't about to shift on me. The other two were 50-50 bets. This vampire, Sadie practically spat the word, lifting her arm and pointing to the vamp who lifted his head and stared at me. Double shit. Bartholomew Jones. The oldest vampire in the city. Just threatened me. I stepped closer to Sadie and put a hand on her, a frisson of awareness skittering up my spine at the touch, then thought better of it and reached for the men instead. They were the ones who needed calming right now. I gripped each of their wrists and squeezed. I got almost as much of a hit of lust from Rogan and Fridge, but now was not the time to think about that with Sadie or the two shifters. I shook the thoughts away and focused on the massive task in front of me. I had to keep everyone calm enough so that the father didn't have an excuse to protect himself and kill us all. I leveled my gaze on Bartholomew, though Fridge tugged his arm to get away from me, and I could hear the growl in Rogan's chest rolling up toward me. I was stronger than both shifters. They couldn't break my grasp that easily. Hello, father. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my cool when I saw the light of excitement in Bartholomew's eyes. This particular vampire father rarely left the safety of his fortress, a penthouse in one of the most expensive parts of the city. The fact that he was here, alone during the daylight, said volumes about how important this meeting with Sadie was to him and the vampire leaders of the city. I straightened my spine under his scrutiny, determined not to kowtow to him. May I help you? Bartholomew lifted his nose a touch, his anger at my lack of subservience obvious. But I was not about to go down on my knees and kiss his hand in front of all these people, and he knew it. Especially since my own clan had officially ostracized me because I'd refused to kill Sadie's dad, Jack Williams. I owed them nothing. Bartholomew spoke in a derisive tone. Vincent. I'd heard you'd become mixed up with the wrong sort of people, but I hadn't realized it was this group. His lip curled up in a sneer like he smelled something foul, but I was more worried now about Fridge. I could sense his rising heat causing him to sweat. He was getting hot and angry. And all that hot emotion was making me hard. Focus. I glanced across at Sadie, but managed to speak calmly, despite my churning gut. One can't choose our bloodmate, as you know, father. The ancient vampire's eyes widened infinitesimally. I wasn't sure if I'd made the right choice to reveal that Sadie was so important to me, but it would be pretty obvious to anyone who saw us together. No point hiding it now. Hopefully the vampires wouldn't use her against me in the future, but at this point it was a risk I was willing to take. And are these creatures also your mates? He asked, his gaze flicking around Sadie, Fridge and Rogan. They had all stepped up and now surrounded me. His eyes settled on Fridge and a smile curled his lips. The large dragon, I believe? Get stuffed. Fridge hissed in a strange snake-like voice and tried to move past me. I gripped his arm with all my strength and clicked my tongue. Fridge. Stand down. I turned and glared at him for a few seconds, not wanting to look away from the father, but also needing to convey to Fridge how serious I was. I needed him to calm down. This vampire could kill all four of us in moments if he so chose. But I knew Bartholomew was a stickler for the rules, thank God, and would not execute us without cause. We must not give him cause. Fridge's gaze connected with mine, and the dragon was on full show. His eyes had shifted to a diamond shape, and his skin was rippling with purple and black scales. I glared at him hard, willing him to understand. Please, Fridge. Please. Hold it together. His jaw clenched hard and his skin began to flicker back to human. Thank you. I turned back to the father. I'm sure Sadie misunderstood you, father. Thank you for coming by. Can I walk you out? No. Sadie began to argue, but I wrapped my free arm around her shoulders and pulled her tightly into my side. We don't want to keep the father from his important duties, Sadie. Do we? Her chest heaved beneath my arm as her breaths huffed in and out. I pulled her in tight and held her against my ribs. We hadn't known each other long. Would they all trust me on this? Eventually the tension left Sadie and she stiffly nodded her head. Please leave. Bartholomew obviously couldn't resist a final shot, and smiled at her. Remember what I said. Your father wasn't very smart when it came to the politics of this city, but I hope you will heed my warning. It would be such a shame if you didn't. Sadie's breath caught in her throat as she swallowed a sob, but nothing more was said on either side. Finally Bartholomew bowed his head and swept out of the room. I raced for the door and shut it behind him as fast as I could, turning around to wait for the expected explosion from my mates. They didn't disappoint. What the hell did you do that for? Sadie screamed at me. Fridge charged forward with his arms outstretched as though to strangle me. We could have taken him. I zipped across the room and out of his reach. Then I decided to let my own feelings explode into my bloodstream, coursing around my body and making me wild with anger. What was I doing? I repeated, glaring at Sadie. Saving your life. Saving all of your lives. Do you not know who that was? Rogan, who had been the most restrained of the three throughout, began to pace up and down. It was a vampire. So what? Same as you. I huffed out a humorless laugh. Nothing like me. Nothing. That was Bartholomew Jones. The oldest vampire in the entire city. One of the most powerful creatures I've ever met. Also the most ruthless. He lost his humanity a long time ago, and if you had given him even the smallest reason to attack, he would have taken all three of your heads off and walked out the door without a single person reproaching him. You're lucky I got here when I did to defuse the situation. Fridge charged up to me, his hands clenched and his nostrils flaring. This time I didn't run away but held my ground and stared up into his gaze. What the hell are you talking about? We could have taken him on. He growled at me. I covered my mouth with my hand, but not before a laugh escaped. Taken him on? Have you lost your mind? You and Rogan could not overcome me, and Bartholomew could kill me with a single blow. Do you seriously think you would stand a chance against him? Anger and frustration flashed across Fridge's face, and I saw his swinging haymaker punch coming from a mile away. Perhaps he wanted me to see it. Perhaps not. Either way, I ducked and grabbed his fist, twisting him around and slamming him up against the nearest wall. Then I deliberately twisted him back round and got up in his face to make my point. I grabbed his shirt and put my nose next to his. Do you think I'm joking? Do you think I'm full of ego when I say this? I am as serious as a seizure. He will kill you. He will kill all of you if you give him an excuse. I saved your lives just then and I deserve a thank you, not this nonsense you're dealing out. Fridge's posture relaxed against me. When he met my gaze once more, there was something else there. Something I'd seen in Sadie's eyes when she looked at me sometimes, but I had never seen it in a man's expression. Something I didn't have time to explore. Not right now, anyway. I stepped away from all of them and moved toward the door. I opened my mouth to tell them that I was heading back to the apartment, but then Sadie let out a sob and the others rushed for her. Rogan and Fridge enclosed her in a hug and held her tight. Pain split my chest apart as I realized I was once again on the outs of this mating group. I'd been late to the party, and even now, when I was doing everything I possibly could to protect them, it wasn't enough. Would they ever accept me into their triad? Or would I be doomed to watch from the outside, yearning for more? Yearning for all of it, with Sadie and her men. I turned and fled, wondering if I'd made a mistake in choosing to follow my heart to this woman and the two men who loved her. And whether it was too late to undo that choice.
Chapter 3. Sadie. I hated tears, but I couldn't seem to hold them in right now. I sobbed into Rogan's chest and grabbed tightly onto the comforting hand Fridge offered me. That had been so close. I could feel it now. The danger that left the room the moment Bartholomew had disappeared out the door. He'd wanted to hurt us. Kill us even. His purpose was to threaten me, to get up in my face so that I would react in a way that gave him an excuse to inflict harm. And we'd fallen for it, hook, line, and sinker. Or we would have, if it hadn't been for Vincent. I pulled myself back and wiped at my wet face. Oh my God. That was terrible. Yeah, Rogan agreed, allowing me to pull away. Vincent should have stayed out of it. Fridge crossed his arms over his chest and nodded. My mouth dropped open. I knew the guys didn't really like Vincent, despite everything we'd been through so far together. But were they really that blind? That stupid? You aren't serious? He saved us. I spun around when I heard the door open, expecting to see Vincent leaving and planning to call out to him to wait, but instead, there it was Lucas, one of the hunters from my dad's workshop. Where's Vincent? And where had Uncle Terry slunk off to? I hadn't seen him leave, but he disappeared around the same time Vincent had shown up. Who? Lucas asked, walking in with a bottle of golden-colored whiskey and several glasses. Never mind. I took one of the glasses, as did Rogan and Fridge. We accepted the alcohol and drank what was offered. I shared a look with my two mates, promising we'd sort out all our issues after the wake. The guys told me to come in and grab you. What's been taking so long? Lucas asked. I sniffed and wiped my nose. Nothing at all. Let's go get drunk. We were swept into an afternoon of food, too much booze, and wonderful stories of my father's life. The men in the room knew everything about him. His temper, his power, his graciousness. It was only afterward, when I was paying the bill and readying to leave, that Terry appeared next to me again. Sadie, he hissed. I need to speak to you. When I turned to look at him, I was seeing double and giggled. Damn, I drank too much. Again. What was wrong with me lately? Oh yeah. I grabbed Rogan's arm and clung to it to stop from toppling over. What? Not here, he insisted, and I glanced up at Rogan, who was blinking and looking confused just like me. I got a cab. Fridge called from behind us. I looked over to where my dragon shifter mate was falling into the flagged vehicle. It had been a terrible week for us all, and we'd obviously all needed the release. Can you call me tomorrow, Uncle Terry? I can barely stand up, I managed as Rogan slung my arm over his shoulders and hoisted me up into his arms. Terry grabbed my hand. Sadie. You need to know who killed your dad and why. I swallowed hard, annoyed that the tears I'd fought so hard to keep at bay all afternoon were now once again flowing. I know why. They wanted information on my mother's bloodline. But he wouldn't give it up. As for who, it must be one of the fathers. Though exactly who, I don't know. I was almost singing the words now, and my eyelids were drooping. Sadie? Terry insisted urgently. I let my eyes close and my head fall onto Rogan's chest. Tomorrow, Terry. I can't take any more. Not today. Rogan stumbled over to the cab, and Terry watched us go. That was the last thing I remembered, until I woke up the next morning with a dry mouth, a pounding, ear-splitting headache, in a room that stunk of stale liquor. I gagged as I tried to swallow, wetting my lips. Damn. Someone needs to open a window. We stink. I agree, came a voice from beyond the bed, and a welcome breeze floated through the room as a window was opened. Vincent? I'm here, Sadie. I tried to open my eyes wider to see him, but the pain in my head only increased. Damn. I put a hand to my forehead. Can I get you anything, Sadie? Vincent's voice was closer now. Warm hands ran over my middle, but they were obviously from the two men sharing my bed. I forced my eyes to open properly and prayed for a painkiller. Vincent was standing beside the bed, his mouth drawn down at the corners. I glanced around me. Rogan and Fridge were each side of me. We were all still fully clothed, except for Fridge, who seemed to have gotten rid of his shirt somewhere after the funeral and was snoring happily on the pillow beside me. I looked up at Vincent once again and said what I'd been wanting to say since he left the wake yesterday. Thank you for stopping us yesterday. I think you saved our lives. Vincent's eyes widened, clearly pleased I had seen the truth of the situation, then a gentle smile lifted the edges of his lips. I did. I wanted to laugh at his surprised pleasure, but I knew it would hurt too much. I need to go to the bathroom. Could you help me up? I'm afraid I'll puke if I move on my own. Vincent's mouth tightened in a grimace, but he nodded. I pushed Fridge's possessive hand off my belly and put my arms up to Vincent. My vampire swooped in and lifted me easily into his arms. I clung to his neck, his cool skin lovely beneath my hot hands. He carried me into the bathroom, then set me on my feet. I'll leave you to it. I nodded. Thank you. But don't go anywhere. We need to talk, I think. The worry sank into my gut and spread through to my heart. He nodded, but his eyes were shadowed as he shut the door so I could relieve myself. I quickly used the bathroom and had a super quick wash by splashing my face with water, after which I felt marginally improved. Yes. I cried when I found a pack of painkillers in the medicine cabinet above the mirror. Lifesaver. I took 2 tablets and washed them down quickly with a gulp of water. I stared at my reflection in the mirror. I was pale, but thanks to the smart move of not wearing any makeup yesterday in case I cried too much, things could have been worse. Vincent and I needed some time together. We'd only kissed once, despite the fact I desired him, and he seemed to desire me too. I wanted to see what was beneath his conservative suits, and feel his beating heart against my body. Well, vampires didn't have pulses, but that was beside the point. I wanted to see him out of control. I wanted him to more than kiss me. I wanted to be mated to my vampire, properly. When I opened the door once again, Vincent snuck into the room, putting a finger to his lips. I think they're both on the verge of waking up. Nodding, I lowered the lid of the toilet and sat down. He handed me a bottle of water and leaned against the now closed door. Oh, thanks, I said, opening the bottle and downing the whole thing in a few short swallows. Damn, I was thirsty. What was it about excessive alcohol that caused such terrible dehydration? I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and threw the bottle in the nearby trash can. The bathroom was enormous, with a double sink, a toilet and a huge shower with a single glass panel separating it from the rest of the room. You wanted to talk, he reminded me. I nodded. Yeah. I don't know how to say it exactly. Vincent shrugged. Just say it. There's not much that will offend me. Offend you? Oh, he thought this was a bad talk. No. That's not it. I wanted to thank you for everything you did yesterday. You faced down Bartholomew with dignity. And stopped us doing something stupid that most likely would have gotten us killed. Or at least badly hurt. You did all that, Vincent. Thank you. It was nothing. It wasn't. He shrugged but didn't say anything more. I could see the unhappiness written across his face in the way he wouldn't look directly at me, only glancing up occasionally from his fixated view on the ground. Why was he so upset? I had to take a different route. Why did you leave so fast? He shrugged again. I stood up, feeling uncomfortable in yesterday's clothes. I know I burst into tears and we were all being angry dickheads, but you didn't need to leave. You could have joined us at the wake. You'd have been welcome. This time he did look up, and there was pain in his gaze. Really? I would have been welcome in a room full of bounty hunters? I don't think so. In any case, I achieved what I needed to do. Which was what? He lifted a shoulder yet again, as though what he'd done was a small thing when I knew it wasn't. I had a feeling something would go wrong, and I wanted to stop it. I needed to protect you and your shifter men. So I came, saved you all for the moment from the vampire father's wrath, and returned here to rest. Oh, the daylight. I'd forgotten about that part. Did it hurt you to come out into the sun to find us? He bent one knee and pressed his foot flat against the door. Not terribly. I was fine by the time you all staggered back in last night. I bit my lip. Was anything bad said to you when we came home? He stiffened. Not really. I didn't push there, because if something had been said to offend him, it wouldn't have come from me. So I'd let Rogan, or more likely Fridge, apologize later. Well, thank you. Again, I said. He nodded, finally seeming to accept my words. You're welcome. You know I would do anything for you, Sadie. Would he now? I reached up under my dress and pushed my pantyhose down, catching a whiff of my overall scent. Whoa, I stink. Too much alcohol. Vincent nodded, but didn't move from his post by the door. I tilted my head to the side. Would you stay and chat with me while I shower? Surely mates could do that, right? He nodded, and the darkness of his eyes turned molten. A thrill shot through my belly as my gaze dropped to his crotch. He had hardened at my request. My lips parted as I met his gaze once again. It was time. Vincent had shown me in so many ways that he was here to support me, to love me, and to follow me into the pits of hell if necessary. I wanted to bond with my vampire, show Vincent he was loved and desired in the way he deserved. Tell me about your life before us, Vincent. What did you do every day? I asked as I unbuttoned my dress, then pulled it off over my head. I stood there in black cotton underwear. Utilitarian, comfortable. Totally unsexy, and yet Vincent's stare smoldered when he raked his gaze up and down my body. I didn't hesitate as I unhooked my bra, dropped it to the floor, and pushed my panties to the tiles. I was ready for my shower, and boy did I need it. Alcohol practically seeped from my pores, and I couldn't imagine that scent was very sensual. I walked around the glass panel that separated the shower from the rest of the room and turned on the water, conscious of the way my breasts bounced as I moved and the heated stare I felt on my ass. When I glanced over my shoulder, Vincent was beginning to remove his clothing. Slowly. Too slowly. After making sure the temperature was comfortably warm, I stepped in and tilted my head back under the water and let the heat flow over me. Grabbing the soap, I lathered up my hands before running my fingers over my breasts and torso. When I looked Vincent's way again, his mouth was open and his hand had paused on his shirt buttons. I lifted my arms and arched my back, running my soaped-up hands through my hair. Was he going to act on the invitation, or was I going to have to spell it out for him? When I looked at him again, he was practically salivating but still wasn't moving. I sighed and stretched out a hand. Aren't you going to join me? His eyebrows flickered up. You want me to? Can't you tell? I want you so much I ache. Vincent was naked and rushing into the shower in a blink. Once inside the cubicle, he lifted me up, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. He pressed me against the cold tile wall, and I gasped at the sensation of heat and cold against my skin. Hot water flowed over us as my cool-skinned vampire pressed my back into even colder tiles. I broke off the kiss and sobbed, "Take me. Please. God, Sadie. You are so sexy. Damn it. I was hoping Fridge and Rogan would stay asleep."
Chapter 4. Fridge. I expected to feel anger or envy. But instead, I wanted to strip down and join them in the steam-filled space. Slowly, Vincent lowered Sadie, and they both turned around. She glanced up at me and bit her lip. I wanted to kiss her nerves away. Hold her. Vincent and I were bonding, Sadie explained. Vincent grimaced and glanced down at his distended dick. Well, we were trying to. Sadie glanced up at him. Yeah, we didn't really get to start. Or finish. She looked back at us, then raised an eyebrow. Do you guys want to join us? Or would you rather wait until? We'll join you, Rogan said before I could decide. Though waiting for them to finish seemed like a terrible idea. I twisted to look at Rogan and he stared at me, hard. I could almost hear his voice in my head saying, "Do not stuff this up." And he was right. I couldn't go up against Vincent, and I shouldn't. This was our life now. We were a 4-person ménage, a family. Though admittedly a strange one. I swallowed hard. Yes. We'll join you. The smile that lit up Sadie's face was worth agreeing to the session. After all, I shared her with Rogan. An extra male that she wanted shouldn't make a difference. But Rogan doesn't make you want to bend him over. I groaned and turned around, pushing aside the infernal thought. I pulled off my shirt, then caught wind of my own scent and turned back around, my dragon's wings flickering inside me. There was no shift, no need to take flight. Just a growling exchange of my human side with my shifter side. A feeling that knew that my destiny was about to change once more. I twisted back around. I think we all need a shower. Can we all fit in there? Sadie and Vincent exchanged looks, then Sadie grinned. We can try. Vincent led Sadie back into the shower area and flicked the water back on. Rogan gave me a strange, questioning look, and I shrugged. What? I stink from yesterday. Don't you? Rogan took a whiff of his own shirt and made a disgusted face. Exactly, I said. I licked my lips as my hunger for my mate grew. Want some help, Vincent? Vincent lifted his gaze and met my eyes. He nodded. Sure. Would you like to prepare her for me? His words hit me right in the gut, and I strode forward, dropping to my knees. Then she was lifted up and away from me, and as the water ran down my back, Vincent turned her around and pushed her up against the tiles, holding her as though she weighed nothing at all. When I saw his fangs in the bright light of the bathroom, I jumped to my feet, my heart pounding and my muscles ready to launch forward and save her if he tried to bite her. But instead, I witnessed something amazing. Vincent fought off his need, his hand clenched in a fist against the wall beside Sadie's head. He opened his mouth and threw back his head, tensed as though in pain, then eventually he managed to pull his fangs back into their sheath. Sadie's legs dropped from where they'd been wrapped around Vincent's waist, and I indicated to Rogan, who had watched the whole episode outside the glass panel, to go next. I was feeling strange. I didn't trust myself near our mate quite yet. Rogan grinned and moved into the shower, grabbing the soap and quickly washing himself before reaching for Sadie. Vincent staggered out of the shower and I caught him before he fell, grabbing onto both of his arms. He stared up into my eyes like he was drunk and dazed. I knew how he felt. It had been that way for me, after my bonding between Sadie was completed. I grinned down at him, sharing a moment of understanding with the vampire. Sadie's body was heavenly. Being our mate, being inside her, holding her, kissing her, it was like coming home every time. But to a home I'd never known before. A beautiful, love-filled home. Vincent's knees seemed to give out, and I clutched him tighter, bringing our bodies into extremely close contact. Electricity zipped along my skin, similar to the feeling that touching Sadie gave me. I didn't want to feel anything like that. Not for him. It had been hard enough to accept the whole mating bond idea. When it came to Sadie, this must be a leftover from watching Vincent and Sadie together in the shower. I dropped my hands away and stepped back, causing Vincent to stagger sideways and grab for the sink to stop from toppling over. I swallowed hard and stared at him as he closed his eyes and swayed. He looked as though he was recovering from a huge hit of alcohol, or maybe a punch. I forced myself to focus on what was going on in the shower, where Sadie was being Rogan. When Rogan let Sadie stand once more, and they both moved beneath the shower, cuddling and kissing under the water, I was in no mood for my turn. Her smile wavered, but she bravely walked forward, going up on her tiptoes to kiss me. I sank into the kiss, enjoying the flavor of Sadie's mouth and feeling the usual zing of desire. Yet this time I noticed a distinct lack of something. What? Or who was the question, and not one I wanted to answer now. I picked her up in my arms and walked back into the bedroom, needing to get out of the hot, misty air of the bathroom. I tossed my mate onto the bed, and she shimmied up the sheets to lay with her head on the pillow. I reached down to stroke myself, feeling sick to my stomach at the thought I was about to disappoint my mate. What was wrong with me? Rogan flopped onto the bed and grinned. "I'll keep her warm for you." "I don't think," I began. Then I felt a cool hand on my arm and turned to Vincent. He was looking serious, his lips thin and tight. "Would you like some help getting your body ready? I can imagine it isn't easy going last." What sort of help did he mean, exactly? I glanced down at Sadie, gasping and groaning with pleasure beneath Rogan's mouth. Then she lifted her head. "Oh yes. Please. I want you too, Fridge." I opened my mouth, then shut it again. I glanced at the vampire next to me, my gaze skating over his lean muscles, his strong physique. I couldn't say the words, but made a tiny nodding movement with my head that I was hoping he would decipher correctly. Instead of stroking me with his hand as I'd expected, Vincent dropped to his knees and stared up at me. I haven't done this before, but I've seen it done 1,000 times. Let me know if it's all right. I grabbed his hair, about to pull him off when I heard Sadie whisper, "Damn, that's so hot." Lust was written all over her face. Her need fueled mine, and I groaned involuntarily. She nodded at me. "Go for it." "Stop," I managed as heat began to tickle the backs of my legs. Pleasure pulsed in every molecule of my body, and my balls were throbbing for release. I couldn't stop what happened next. I had no choice. And for the first time in my whole life, I knew what it was like to feel truly complete. Bloody hell.
Chapter 5. Vincent. I swallowed down the dragon's seed, relishing the taste and hoping my body didn't reject it. As a vampire, the only substance I was able to ingest was blood. My stomach rejected all other forms of food, and the effects were not pleasant. But then again, both were liquids from the body, so I would have to see what happened. I licked my lips clean and stood up, staring directly into the big dragon's face. Fridge wouldn't look at me. He kept his eyes hooded as though he couldn't keep them open, but I didn't quite believe it. "Bed," Fridge said and staggered toward the mattress. Sadie stepped toward me and kissed me. She tasted like heaven, and I held her tight. "Are we mated now too?" she asked. I blinked at her. "Was that why you wanted me to make love to you?" Had she been as concerned as me about our lack of connection? She nodded. "Well, one of the reasons. When I was first with Rogan and Fridge, it connected us. Isn't it the same for vampires?" I swallowed down my immediate response, which was, yes, and yet somehow I still don't feel complete. But I had the feeling that had more to do with Fridge than Sadie. So I forced myself to smile and kiss her once more. "I feel connected to you." At least that was true. Sadie had proven that she wanted me as much as she wanted the other two men, and for now, that was all that was important. "Shall we join the wolf and the dragon on the bed?" Suddenly Fridge lurched to his feet, muttering, "I need a shower." He quickly disappeared inside the bathroom, shutting the door firmly behind him. Sadie stared at the door, her eyebrows raised. "What's his problem?" Rogan burst out laughing, and even I couldn't stop the smile that stretched across my face. It was a little humorous. Sadie, on the other hand, looked affronted, her arms crossing over her naked breasts as though she were annoyed. Not a look she could pull off when she was so deliciously bare. "What's so funny?" she demanded. I gave her gorgeous ass a tap. "Let's go lay down for a little while. Let him have a moment." Rogan already lay on the large bed, and I took the other side, waiting for our woman to join us. Sadie sighed and crawled over the mattress and into the center position. She lay on her back and put her head on my chest and legs over Rogan. All together, we made a capital H shape. I stroked her hair, and for a moment of silence, everything was as close to perfect as it could be. Then Sadie whispered, "Did I do something wrong?" I groaned and rolled my eyes at Rogan, who grimaced. "Can you explain it to her?" I asked, and the wolf shifter nodded. "You didn't do anything wrong, Sadie," Rogan said. "But Fridge thinks he's straight. He's going to find what just happened pretty confronting." Sadie grabbed for my hand, stroking her hair, and kissed my fingertips. "Well, I think what you did for him and me was amazing. So hot." I sighed, momentary pain tugging at the place where my human heart once was. "Yes, let's hope Fridge comes around to feeling the same way." "It's okay if he doesn't though, right?" Rogan said. "After all, he's not gay." I sighed again, heavier this time. "Nothing is ever that black and white. You mortals and your—" I shook my head. "Definitions on sexuality." "Us mortals," Rogan repeated. I turned to look at him where he lay with his head on the pillow, a body's length away from me. "Yes. For me, for most vampires, we don't put such limits on ourselves. It's too restrictive for a person who may live for many centuries. A millennium, even. And with our family, our menage, I don't see why we must put the same rules on our interactions as we've had in previous relationships. After all, we've never shared a single mate with other men before." I looked away from Rogan's deep, penetrating gaze and stared up at the ceiling. Of course, Fridge is welcome to withdraw and go back to how things were before. I didn't want it to be that way, of course. I could be honest with myself about that. But if he didn't want me to do that again, then I'd be satisfied with only Sadie's affection. But knowing what it could be like if all three of us were involved. Rogan too, of course, but for some reason it was both Sadie and Fridge that my body seemed to crave. "I'm starving," Fridge muttered as he barged back into the room, opening the door loudly, a white towel wrapped securely around his waist. "I am hungry as well," I said, deciding it was time for me to make myself scarce. "I'll be back in a few hours." I kissed the top of Sadie's head and quickly dressed, too aware of 3 sets of eyes watching me. When I was completely covered, I turned around to face them. "Would you like me to order you breakfast, or can you do it yourselves this morning?" Sadie slid to the end of the bed and stood up. We can do it. But we need to talk about what we're going to do from tonight. Technically, we're supposed to be checking out of the hotel this morning, but I'm not sure where we should go. My father's apartment, my apartment, is a possibility now that we know who broke in and why." She grinned at me. I pulled my money clip from inside my jacket pocket. "I'd prefer to stay here." There was room service for them and pitch dark during the day for me. Not to mention a massive bathroom and bed that would fit all 4 of us, when Fridge decided to cooperate and join us. "I'll sort out the bill on my way out to find food. Assuming you're all in agreement." Rogan whistled. "Whoa man. How much cash have you got there?" I shrugged. One of the advantages of being my age. I care nothing for money, but have quite a bit of it. Are we in agreement? We stay here a little longer? I glanced from Sadie's face to Rogan's and finally to Fridge's. The dragon shifter's face was hard, but he nodded, as did the others. "But I can pay," Sadie said. I smiled at her. "I've got it. See you all in a few hours." I left to pay the bill and find a vampire bar nearby. Although I had managed to keep my composure on the surface, inside I was a mess. A railing, screaming, angry mess. Why should I feel this way when I'd finally achieved what I ached for? A bonding to Sadie, the woman who was my blood mate. Our coupling and the moment of our bonding was insanely beautiful. It had taken my breath away and made me dizzy with joy. That should have been enough. And yet, on my journey to completion with her, I'd discovered a loop along the path. A loop that led to Fridge as well as Sadie. I hadn't expected that. Sadie herself had had to come to terms with more than one mate. Was it possible that I could have also have two mates? Both Sadie and Fridge. I had taken a single step along that looped path, and found my paradise in the connection with both of them. Only to be denied minutes later when Fridge refused to face the truth. What the hell was I going to do now?
Chapter 6. Sadie. The atmosphere in the hotel room was tense, and I wasn't sure how to change it. After Vincent left, Fridge refused to talk about what had happened, so I decided to indulge in another shower with Rogan while our breakfast was ordered and delivered. By the time Vincent returned, we'd showered, dressed, and eaten breakfast. He staggered in, his eyes glazed over from feeding. I rushed over and grabbed his sleeves to steady him. "Vincent, are you okay?" He nodded and stumbled sideways, falling onto the couch with a chuckle. I overindulged. He settled more comfortably onto the couch, threw his head back on the headrest and closed his eyes. Fridge moved away to the other side of the room. I looked at Rogan, who grimaced. I felt the same way, and only just stopped from rolling my eyes. Fridge's awkwardness wasn't a good sign. If he and Vincent were at odds, our whole family wouldn't work. "Are we going into the workshop today?" Fridge asked suddenly. "I told the guys yesterday to take off until noon, but I need to get in there to open everything up for them." "Sure," I agreed. "Perhaps we need to speak to them about our plan." I sat down on the armrest next to where Vincent was still sprawled on the couch. "What plan?" Rogan asked, coming to sit opposite us. "Going down into the blood ring operations again. This time I think we need a full team, and who better to hire than the hunters my father trained and trusted." I'd been thinking about it yesterday, and as I looked over the men at the funeral, I realized there was no one better to avenge my father's death than the men gathered to pay their respects to his memory. Fridge finally came closer, dragging a chair from the dining table, turning it around and straddling it. "You think that's a good idea?" I shrugged. "You guys tell me. You've been down there now. You know what we saw. I'm not sure if they would have increased their security since the last time we went down, since Vincent got the jump on their guard." I tapped Vincent, who slowly lifted his head. "Yes," he asked. "Do you think they would have put more guards on the entrance to the blood ring? You know, since their other guy was stabbed." Vincent's usually dark eyes were swirling pools of blue. Strange? I'd never seen a vampire with eyes like that. Did that happen to all of them when they fed? It's possible. If they believe the blood ring entrance is no longer safe. I turned back to Rogan and Fridge. Then we need to act quickly. It's only been a few days since we went, so hopefully they haven't moved anyone or changed anything yet. Those women need to be rescued. We need to destroy the whole thing. Just like my mother had done 20 years ago. She had hit the vampires where it hurt, quite literally. Vincent sighed beside me and reached for my leg, running his hand along my thigh. Tingles of awareness ran along my skin beneath his touch. "Then you'd better organize an army, Sadie, and an escape plan for afterwards. It will be impossible to stay in the city if anyone learns it was us who attempted to take down the blood ring. Father Bartholomew already has his suspicions. I suspect that's why he came to deliver his threat at the funeral." I bit my lip, thinking. My father owned a house outside the city, many hours away. We'd gone there when I was a child, but it had been years since I'd seen it. "I think I know of a place if we need it, but first we need to decide who at Hunters would help us." "Rogan? Fridge? Who do you trust?" The two men started listing off names and debating which of my father's men would be the best to take with us. Who was single and tough, wouldn't mind going into the hellish underground to take out a dangerous enemy. Fridge turned to me. "You're gonna have to make it worth their while. Because if we all make it out and succeed, Vincent's right. His mouth twisted as he said Vincent's name, but he soldiered on. They're gonna have to leave the city. At least for a while. So, I have to ask people to abandon their homes? Oh my God. I sank onto the couch next to Vincent, and he pulled me into his lap. I felt safe in his arms and tempted to snuggle in. But I tried to focus on the conversation. It's possible we can pull this off without anyone having to change their whole lives, but it will mean killing everyone we see who may identify us later, Vincent said. I put my hand to my mouth, my brain exploding with this new knowledge. Vincent went on. We're with you, Sadie. Because you're right. I cannot ignore what's going on beneath this city any longer. Something must be done, even if it means a change for us. Hell, I'll relocate wherever you want us to, as long as there's a dark room and a vampire bar nearby. I bit my lip. I wasn't sure there was a vampire bar anywhere near our country property. But blood? I had blood to give him. The clock ticked around, announcing it was almost noon. We better get going to the workshop if you guys want to get in there today. I got up and out of Vincent's lap, a sadness dragging at me. Would I be able to live with myself if someone got hurt? If someone died because of me? Rogan got to his feet and grabbed my hand. Hey. Why the long face? I'm not sure I'll be able to forgive myself if something happens to one of you. Or any of the guys from Hunters. This is my mission. My desire to help these women. Rogan dragged me to the door. The men at Hunters risk their lives every day. This won't be new in that regard. They all have free will to make their own decisions about whether or not to participate. Let's go see what they say, and while we're there, you may want to look for that book Shadow was talking about. I kissed Vincent goodbye and opened the door. What book? The one the father was looking for. The one Vincent broke into your father's apartment to find. The book with your family's details, Vincent reminded me. Oh. That book. Chapter 7. Sadie. We walked to the workshop and found a man from the Hunter's staff, Travis, I think his name was, hanging around. He was obviously waiting for us to arrive. Hey, I greeted him as Fridge unlocked the door. Did you guys hear? Travis asked, his voice excited to share whatever news he had. I looked over at him as I walked to the stairs that led to my office on the top floor. Hear what? They found Terry this morning at his house. He's dead. My knees gave way, and I grabbed for the railing as I fell onto the stairs. No. There was silence all around us, then Travis said, Yep. His wife found him in the living room. My breath wheezed in my throat as my ribs crushed my lungs. Oh my God. A vampire? It has to be. Uncle Terry said he had to speak to me. I put him off. I didn't think, oh God. He had wanted to tell me something important about my father's death, and I'd been too drunk to listen. What if he'd had the final piece of this puzzle, and now it was gone forever? Along with him. Tears burned my eyes and I blinked, causing them to cascade down my cheeks. I couldn't believe it. I ran my hands over my head, pressing into my temples where there was a sudden burst of pain. They did this to him because of me. It had to be a warning. For all of us to back off. And Uncle Terry had somehow been the one to pay the price. What do you mean? Travis asked. Rogan moved over and took my hands, lifting me to my feet. This is not your fault, Sadie. Terry had his own demons. Do you want me to take you home? Or... No. I gathered myself and planted a fake smile on my lips. I want to be here. It's just a shock. I've known him most of my life. I swallowed hard and forced some strength into my legs. I have to do a few things in the office. Check in with my old firm. See you guys later? I stumbled up the stairs on unsteady legs and managed to get inside my dad's office and shut the door, before completely breaking down. Oh my God, first Dad, then Uncle Terry. I grabbed a box of tissues, found a corner, and cried for the man who'd loved me. who'd had something important to tell me yesterday, but I hadn't wanted to listen. I'd been too drunk, too melancholy, too annoyed at him for obviously having something to do with the vampire Father Bartholomew, and not necessarily in a good way. When I was finally cried out, I crawled over to the fridge in my father's office and took out a bottle of water. I wiped my face and blew my nose and guzzled the water. Too much loss in too little time. But now the question was, did Terry's death have anything to do with my father's? Or the blood ring and what we'd done the other day? Or was it something else entirely? There was a knock at the door, and I hauled myself to my feet. My eyes were red and puffy, but I called out, "Come in," assuming it would be one of my mates. Fridge and Rogan rarely left me alone for more than 10 minutes, especially when they knew I was upset. But instead of seeing one of my lovers walk in, a familiar face popped his head around the door. "Hello, cousin," Shadow said, as he slunk his way into the office and shut the door behind him. He limped to the desk, his long hair brushed back off his face for once. His weird purple eyes almost glowed as he assessed me, and I smiled in greeting, happy to see him. "Shadow, what brings you here?" He frowned as he stared at me, leaning on the cane he'd brought with him. "Are you okay?" I waved at my red, blotchy face. "Oh. Yeah. Ignore this. It's fine." "What's happened?" he asked. I grabbed another bottle of water from the fridge and gestured to him. "You want a Coke?" The man loved sugar from what I could tell, yet was as lean as a whippet. "Yes please," he said and fell into the chair. "You okay?" I asked, pushing the can across the desk and frowning at the grimace on his face and the way he moved. He was obviously in pain. He smiled, his skin shimmering with the slight amount of snake in his shifting jeans. "I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about. What's going on?" I shrugged and sat down on my father's executive chair. My father's oldest friend was found this morning. Dead. "A vampire?" Shadow asked, cracking the can open and taking a sip. I nodded. "They believe so. I only just heard, and I'm still in a little shock. I knew Uncle Terry as a kid. He was always looking out for me." "Terry, your father's hunter," Shadow said, and his voice held an odd tone. "Cold." I frowned. "Yes. Why? Did you know him?" Shadow nodded. "Sadly, yes. Your father, a few years ago, suspected Terry Morrison of having dealings with the vampires behind his back. And he asked me to investigate him. Discreetly." I sat up, leaning forward. "What did you find?" Shadow pressed his lips together. "That he was betraying your father, in the worst of ways." I swallowed hard. And what ways were those? Although I could guess. There were only a few things my father would see as betrayal. And they had everything to do with his business, or my mother. Shadow leaned backwards, and lifted his leg to put his ankle over his knee. "The vampires have wanted you since the day they learned of your mother's strength and blood type. But none of the vampires would take you, because they were all repulsed." Despite the creepy coldness crawling over my skin at his words, I chuckled. My mother had done an amazing thing by making me so unpalatable to the vampires. Shadow continued. "So, the fathers went to Terry and convinced him to grab you." My mouth dropped open. "He agreed?" Shadow glanced away. "I'm afraid so." I shook my head. "No. Surely he must have been coerced. They could have threatened him. The man I'd known wouldn't have sold me out. No way." Shadow simply looked at me, pity in his gaze. "I'm sorry, Sadie. But they offered him money, and he accepted. He knew what they'd do to you, and he still agreed." My nose and eyes burned with the threat of more tears, but this time they were angry tears. I wiped them away. "I seriously can't believe it." Shadow nodded. "I told Jack what I'd found, and Terry was retired off. I don't think your dad ever told anyone what Terry had been willing to do, but he made sure the man never worked again. So that was why Terry had retired at age 50, when he was still lean and fit and strong. My father had forced him." Wow. I stared at Shadow as he took another mouthful of the sugary drink and set the can down on the desk in front of us. Was that what he'd wanted to talk to me about? What brings you here, Shadow? I assume it was nothing to do with UNC, Terry's death? Shadow shifted on his seat. I've come to express my support of your endeavor. I blinked. My endeavor? What do you mean exactly? There were so many possibilities whirling through my mind. He cleared his throat. I mean? He dropped his voice to a whisper. Going into the underground and freeing the women in the blood ring. I want to come with you. I want to help. My mouth dropped open, then warmth filled my chest. Love for the only family I knew blossomed and strengthened my resolve. Shadow, I am, truly, so grateful that you would offer such a thing for me. I swallowed hard against the wave of emotion that batted at me. I took a breath and continued on, but I think I've come to the conclusion that I can't do it. I want to, boy do I want to. I shook my head. Then what's the problem? Shadow asked. I stared at him for a moment and raised my eyebrows. You were one of the people who tried to talk me out of it, remember? You said that for every person we free, they'll just find another to take her place. And after what I experienced yesterday, I shuddered at the memory. Meeting Bartholomew and feeling his power, the wrath we would incur if we took him on. It's just not worth it. I can't risk my mates' lives, my employees' lives, in a battle we probably can't win. Not to mention the fact that even if we succeeded, we'd have to leave the city, the business, and the house all behind. It was too shattering to consider, and the risks were just too high. I'd have nightmares for the rest of my life about what I'd seen in the blood ring, but my father had died to protect me. I couldn't have his death be in vain, because I couldn't keep myself from doing something stupid. Shadow shifted uncomfortably. I narrowed my eyes at him. What aren't you telling me? Why do you really want to come with us? He had access to the underground, and he was known everywhere according to the boys, for being able to do anything. Find anyone. He was untouchable, and highly sought after for his services. Why risk his life for us? For me? Shadow pulled another face and didn't answer. I rolled my eyes at him. Oh, come on. You don't usually hold back on me. In fact, Shadow was always refreshingly honest. Something I loved about him. Well, he began, then took a long draw on the cigarette he'd lit. I recently got into quite the scuffle with an older vamp. I won by the skin of my teeth. I think if I smelled or tasted any better than I do, I'd be dead, rather than sitting here talking to you. Which meant he should be relishing his life, not throwing it away. Yeah. So? I asked, taking a drink of my water. What does that have to do with joining us in freeing the prisoners of the blood ring? Because there wasn't much he could say that would make me change my mind now. I'd been so determined when I first found out about it. So blind to the danger. But holding my father's funeral, and having that damn vampire turn up and threaten me, that had really slapped the silly out of me. Why throw everything away? Especially now that I had all three of my mates. They completed me, and I completed them. Nothing was worth risking their lives and mine. Not even the blood ring. Shadow glanced up at me, and met my gaze with a look I'd never forget, and spilled the words that would be forged into my memory for the rest of my days. Because the vampire that I fought, that is now dead, told me your mother didn't die in the explosion that took down the blood ring 20 years ago. She survived. And as far as that vampire knew, she's still down there. Chapter 8. Sadie. She's been held down there all that time? For years? My mouth dropped open, and I let the first thought in my head fly out of my mouth. You've got to be kidding me. Shadow flinched, glanced away, then rearranged himself by sitting up straighter and putting his cigarette out in the ashtray discreetly tucked near the corner of the desk. Somehow, I hadn't noticed that before. Then he looked straight at me, so I could see the honesty that was as obvious as the pain on his face. Your mother could be alive, Sadie. I'm so sorry I didn't find out earlier. Hot tears filled my eyes and coursed down my face unchecked. I had no idea what to say. What my mother must have endured. I shook my head, speechless for a moment. Shadow made a strange, growly sound, and tsked with disgust. I wish I'd found out while your father was still alive. We could have reunited them. I slid forward in my chair, my hand shaking as I reached for the edge of the desk. It offered something to cling to on this cliff top I now found myself teetering on. The tears kept rolling, and as much as I hated showing weakness, I didn't even try to stop them. I couldn't. She's alive? My heart banged so loud in my chest I didn't know if I'd hear Shadow if he spoke again, so I forced myself to take a few deep breaths, trying to calm my system. Don't have a panic attack. That would be embarrassing. Breathe. Just breathe. Okay, I managed at last. How credible do you think that vampire was? Your source? Because he could have been lying. That's likely. Especially if they'd been in a fight, to the death. In fact, it was probably more than likely. Shadow ran his hand over the back of his neck in a thoughtful gesture. Then he looked up again. I'd stake my reputation on it. I fell back against the chair. Holy shit. Shadow barked out a laugh. Ah yeah. That was my reaction too. I stood up, needing to move around once my tears had stopped flowing and my anxiety turned into energy. So, if that vampire's right, we? I couldn't believe I was flip-flopping over this topic. Again. Shadow shook his head. You can't leave her down there. It's already been 20 years. I know. I shuddered, wrapping my arms around my body as images of the women under the ground swam up in my mind. Could one of them have been my mother? Then I stopped pacing and faced Shadow, my mouth dropping open. Oh my God. Do you think she could have been pregnant down there? Could she have other children? Would they be alive? Shadow stood up so we were eye to eye again. Don't even think about that, Sadie. One step at a time. Which step is first? I asked, biting on my nails in a childhood habit I'd kicked a long time ago. First step, destroy the book. Which book? I asked, then remembered in a flash. The book? The book with lists, details. The one they've all been looking for? Shadow nodded. Yes. The details of your mother's family. A document detailing the lineage of her witch blood. The book your father was killed for. Although, I have a feeling it was about more than that. But that book was ample reason for the vampires to order the hit. It came to me in a flash, like my subconscious had been working on the puzzle for hours, then pulled the file out of the filing cabinet of my brain, brandishing the answer with an aha. I knew where it was. I'd seen it before, not that I'd recognized it at the time. I rushed across the room and pushed open the false wall, revealing my father's safe. I spun the dial around to the digits of my birthday. I saw this book last week but couldn't make hide nor hair of what the numbers meant. It might not be anything but. The safe door popped open, and I grabbed the book out from beneath the pile of cash and locked it again, spinning the dial quickly for good measure. I rushed back over to Shadow, and we sat side by side in the chairs on the client side of my father's desk. I handed it over to him, my heart now pounding with excitement. Is this it? He took the leather-bound book and began flicking through the pages. I didn't know what it was when I saw it. I just assumed it was a list of bounties, or something to do with work. My dad always preferred paper copies of everything. He hated technology. Computers. Phones. I yammered on, nervously jiggling my knee as Shadow's keen gaze flipped from page to page. Then he stood up. We need to burn it. I jumped up next to him. This is it. He nodded. I recognized some of the addresses and can see the numbers in a pattern on each page. It would be difficult for most people to decipher, but either way, we need to get rid of this. I gestured to the book. Well, you have the matches. That was one good thing about knowing a smoker. Always ready with a light for birthday candles, or when you needed to destroy a priceless book. He grinned at me. Where's your dragon? He'd do a better job at disintegrating this than me. I laughed, loosening some of the tension in my tight chest. I don't think he has that sort of control over his shifter, to be able to just puff out a tiny bit of fire. Come on. Come on. I impatiently jiggled on the ground. Shadow glanced around. Do you have a metal trash can? And maybe some water? This is gonna set off the fire alarms otherwise. I ran for the door and raced into the workshop, finding a large container and taking it back to the office for Shadow. He grinned at me, flicked open his silver lighter, and opened the book. I watched with glee and a certain amount of regret as he set alight the pages. That was a list with details of my family. My only living relatives that I knew of. But better they were safe. The pages burned brightly in a flare of orange and yellow before he dropped the burning book into the metal container, and smoke began to billow out. The water, he said, and I grabbed for my bottle, handing it to him. He doused the flames. I stared down at the lump of charred leather in the base of the trash can. They shouldn't be able to decipher anything now. He laughed. No. They'd have to be magicians. I fell back into my chair. So one thing done. What's next? Next, we seriously think about whether it's truly possible that your mother has survived all this time, Shadow said, gingerly sitting back down. I frowned at him. I thought you said you'd bet your reputation on it. He nodded and reached for his can of Coke. I would. I believe that she survived the accident, and that they probably got her into the blood ring, but the vampire wasn't sure if she was still down there. He couldn't or wouldn't say. I swallowed hard, my heart plummeting. So you still think she might be dead? I wasn't sure what was worse. Part of me was hoping she died quickly. That would be better than a slow, painful death, after years of torture. Wouldn't it? I couldn't think of anything worse. Shadow clicked his tongue. I honestly don't know. It would take an iron will more to survive that long underground. Especially with blood like hers. I would have thought a father would have drained her immediately. And with her magic, why she wouldn't have escaped before now. He tsked again. I sighed and leaned back in the chair, running my hands up and down the armrests. So you're saying, what are you saying, Shadow? I was on a roller coaster of emotions, and my nerves were already stretched thin. He huffed out a laugh. I guess what I'm saying is, I found out that your mother lived, at least longer than any of us thought. And I feel like I owe it to you, and to Jack, to see if it's possible that she or any children she may have had remain in the underground. I shuddered again, but pushed through the feeling. Children underground. I swallowed. I feel the same way. If you truly believe that there's even a chance that my mother could still be alive. Shadow nodded. I do. I hate to say it and I don't want to give you false hope, but I know people, and that vampire was telling the truth. As far as he was concerned, she's still alive. My breath caught in my throat. Then a thought occurred to me. So, my mother's grave? I tilted my head to the side. Who's buried there? What's buried there? Shadow shrugged. I honestly don't know. That would be a way of finding out if she's alive, I said. We could check her grave and see if the coffin is empty. Shadow's mouth dropped open. I pressed my lips together to stop from laughing at his reaction. Too morbid? He shook his head. Ah, no. It's clever, I suppose. There was a brief knock at the door, and Rogan walked in. He stopped as soon as he saw my visitor. Oh, hey, Shadow. I didn't know you were here. Shadow got up slowly and turned to my wolf mate. I like it that way. He grinned. I'll leave you two alone, but I'll be back in 2 days, Sadie. I'll be ready to go if you are. He nodded to us both and limped out the door once more. I stared after him. He's so quiet, and yet he really does know how to make an exit, doesn't he? Rogan nodded. Yeah. Anyway, what did he want? I exhaled slowly, running my hands through my hair, trying to put together all my scrambled thoughts. I leaned back on the big desk, sitting on the edge. He thinks my mother might still be alive. I still couldn't believe it. It seemed surreal to even say the words, as a possibility. Holy shit, Rogan said, his eyes bugging out of his head. I huffed out a laugh. Yeah. We were just discussing whether it's worth digging up her grave to confirm there's no body down there, but surely there's an easier way to find that out? Rogan nodded. Well, yeah. We can talk to the coroner. The cemetery director. See if there is some sort of record. The coroner was as corrupt as they came. Probably half the people in this city were. I glanced over at my father's photo, still sitting on the desk. Well, I was planning on burying my dad with her. Perhaps we can ask them to dig the grave up for me, to put him down there. And while we're down there, open her coffin, Rogan finished for me. I nodded. Yeah. I know it's totally horrific. But if she isn't down there and this has been an elaborate ruse, I want to know. Then a thought struck me, and I looked straight at Rogan. Do you think my father suspected something? After all, he would have known if she'd been in that coffin or not. And now that I think about it, he never went there to see her or talk to her. Used to say that he carried her with him everywhere he went, and he didn't need to visit a tombstone to talk to her. And the more I thought about it, the more it seemed possible. I continued, but surely he wouldn't have known she was alive and not done anything about it? Rogan shook his head. No way. He believed she was dead. I heard him say more than once that he'd give up everything to have her back. I blinked rapidly to stem yet another flow of tears and focus on the job ahead. I cleared my throat. Shadow also came to offer assistance. In what way? Rogan asked. He wants to come down to the underground with us. Be part of the rescue mission. And to be honest, I was starting to think I shouldn't go through with it. In fact, I'd made up my mind not to go. But now we have to go, Rogan finished for me. Fridge walked into the room. Have to go where? Rogan filled him in quickly about everything I'd said, and Fridge's mouth dropped open, just as mine had when Shadow told me the news. Then he turned to me, and met my gaze with dragon irises and a flash of excitement I'd never seen in him before. It bordered on dangerous, and I knew he would be a formidable enemy. Well, what the hell are we doing standing around then? We have an army to assemble.
Chapter 9. Rogan. Getting Sadie's mother's funeral plot dug up was simpler than we thought it would be. As her mother's legal husband, Jack had every right to rest alongside her. The funeral director had counseled us to only make a place for his ashes by her tombstone, but we'd said they both wanted to be in the earth. So here we stood, staring down into a huge hole, waiting for the emergence of Sadie's mother's coffin. The guy driving the backhoe had been paid off by Fridge to go on a coffee break when we said to, and when we heard the distinctive thud of him hitting something solid in the large hole, the digger was withdrawn, and the guy jumped out with a wave. Back in 5, he said. Sadie squeezed my hand tight as we stared down at the dirt-crusted lid of a varnished coffin. I'd assumed it would be practically dust after 20 years in the earth. You ready for this? Fridge asked as he sat down on the ground and swung his legs over, so they were dangling in the hole. We decided he'd be the one to pull back the coffin lid and look, but I had the feeling Sadie wouldn't let the moment go by without looking herself. Sadie nodded and clung tighter to me. One of her arms wrapped around mine. The other desperately clung to her father's ashes. Yes. Please. Let's see what's down there. Fridge nodded and jumped, landing with a thud on top of the coffin. Quick, Fridge, open it, I urged him. Before your weight breaks a hole in the lid. He weighed a ton. I wasn't sure how much weight an old coffin could take, though 6 feet of dirt was no small amount. Fridge dropped to one knee and pulled hard, pushing the dirt away and groaning with the strain of trying to open the lid, until finally it creaked open. Fridge looked around the corner of the lid, but didn't respond with a noise. Instead, he looked up at us, then with one move pushed open the lid and revealed nothing, save the old satin lining. It was empty inside. Sadie turned her head into my shoulder and began to sob. With relief or pain, I wasn't sure. But I nodded at Fridge, who pushed the lid back down again and hopped out of the dirt hole. "Do you want to bury your father here anyway? Or?" She shook her head and tucked the urn even closer to her body. "No. I'm taking him home." She turned away and walked back to the car. Fridge walked over to me, brushing at his jeans and tank. "I need a shower now." When she says home, what does she mean?" I asked him. "Taking Jack home." Fridge shrugged. "I don't know. But Hunter's was the closest thing to a family I've ever known. I'm guessing that's where she means." And as it turned out, the dragon's guess was correct. We got in the car and Sadie directed us back to the workshop and placed her dad back in the safe, declaring that until she had another home for him, he'd stay where he was most comfortable.
Chapter 10. Vincent. By the time Sadie, Rogan, and Fridge arrived back at the hotel from work, I was dying to see them all. With them at work 12 hours a day, I was starting to understand why some vampires chose a more mortal life and gave up the strengths of a paranormal to do so. I was living an entirely different life from my mates, and it sucked. "Hello, beautiful," I said, rushing forward as Sadie stepped into the room. I picked her up, sweeping her literally off her feet and carrying her over to the couch. "I missed you today." I kissed her and tasted the sweetness of her lips, groaning with pleasure as I did. I felt more than heard the growl of disapproval from the other two in the room. Too bad. They'd had her all day. I ignored them, running my hands over my mate's lush body, cupping her breasts and grabbing her ass until she was moaning and squirming in my lap. Eventually she pulled back, gasping and red-faced. "That is a welcome home." I shrugged and grinned at her, noticing Fridge out of the corner of my eye staring at us. I turned to look at him and arched a brow. "Yes." "SSS is Sadie," Fridge said, his voice now containing a strange snake-like tremble. "Tell him what we did today." Sadie turned back to me with a huge grin. "Well," and she launched off on a story I would have thought was fiction if I didn't trust the sources so well. By the end of it, my head was blown apart. "Hang on a second," I said, still holding Sadie in my lap. "All of that happened today?" I missed one single workday and the whole world turned on its head. She nodded. "We don't want to waste any time, especially with Shadow on our side now." I kissed the tip of her nose. "Well, I believe he was always on your side, but to openly declare that he'd go into the underground with us? That's enormous." She tilted her head. "I agree, but why do you think so?" "Well, it gives us a huge advantage, for one thing. Shadow can see underground due to his mix of shifters, and he is lethal in a fight. More than lethal. The guy's reputation was staggering based on how many people he'd taken down. With him on our side and perhaps more of your hunters, we actually have a chance of getting those women out, assuming the vampire fathers haven't changed anything down there. That was my biggest fear. We'd go down into the underground and be led into a trap, and I'd be there to watch all my mates die." I shivered and shook myself. "So, you've decided? We're definitely doing this?" "Hell yes," came Fridge's response. "I need a shower. Can you order me a steak for dinner?" He stood, and I had to force myself not to turn around and watch him saunter off into the bedroom and through to the bathroom. He had such a nice ass. I glanced up at Sadie, who was staring at me strangely. I forced a smile to my face. "I'll follow you anywhere, my love. So, if you want to do this, I will do everything in my power to help you." Sadie ran her fingertips over my lips. "Would you go sort out your shit with Fridge?" My eyebrows flicked upwards. "What do you mean? Now?" "Fridge wouldn't like that, me going to him while he was naked and vulnerable." She nodded and took a sniff of me and smiled. "You kinda smell like you need a shower too." I frowned at her. He won't like that, Sadie. She slid off my lap and grabbed my hand, pulling me to my feet. For me? Please? Just make peace with him. She shoved me toward the bedroom, and I glanced over at Rogan for help. He looked as worried as I felt. I called out to him, "Tell her this is a terrible idea." He shrugged. "Just don't go in there clothed. It'll make him feel like you have the advantage." My mouth dropped open. "So, you want me to go in there naked as well? Great. 2 against 1 wasn't fair." Rogan shrugged. "Look. We're about to go into a pretty intense, stressful scenario. It would be better if you two were good, or at least on the same page with trust and stuff." I pinched the bridge of my nose. Damn these young mortals. Fine. I walked toward the bedroom and began to unbutton my shirt. "But if he kicks me out, or goes all dragon and smashes stuff, it's on you." I slammed the bedroom door behind me and grumbled as I tugged off all my clothes. I turned to the closed bathroom door, naked. Shit. I wasn't ready for this. But considering we had 2 days until we literally walked into hell, and wouldn't necessarily walk out, what did I have to lose? I opened the door and walked straight into the bathroom, then stopped short, my greeting frozen on my lips. Fridge was standing in the shower, one arm outstretched, pressing into the tiles and the shower head making water flow down his strong back. His gaze turned vicious as he ground out, "Get out." I should have. God knows I should have. But instead of doing what he wanted, I shut the door and slid the lock into place. Then I turned back to him and tried to stay as calm as possible. "Sadie told me to take a shower and to sort out whatever's wrong between us." "I told you to get out," Fridge growled, and despite his tension, his erection was still holding, high and hard. I glanced down at it, then back at Fridge. I tried a different tack. "If you wanted some help with that, I'm sure Sadie could have stepped up." Fridge lowered his brows at me, but didn't say anything. I swallowed hard. "You know, it's very possible that we're both going to die in the next 2 days, so I'd appreciate it if we kept the glaring and fighting to a minimum. After all, we may as well get along until then." Fridge stormed right up to me and glared down into my face. He was huffing and puffing, and his muscles looked bigger and better than ever. "Listen, vampire. I don't want you in here." I looked back up at him, and grinned into the face of a very angry dragon shifter. "You might not. But one part of you does. Which head should I listen to?" Fridge growled loudly and went to grab me. I wasn't going to stand by and let him try to start a fight. He wouldn't win anyway. So I grabbed his arm, swiped his legs out from under him, and when he landed on his stubborn ass with a grunt, I sat on top of him, straddling his waist. "Get off me," Fridge ground out between clenched teeth. I held him down with both hands pinned to the tiles beneath us, and glared down at him. "Why are you fighting me? You could just finish having your shower and leave." Fridge growled again, and this time I decided I'd let him up. I didn't really want to mount him on the floor, though it was tempting. I jumped up and slid toward the shower so he could get to his feet and growl if he needed to. I groaned as pleasure pulsed through me and Fridge froze a few feet from me, his eyes wide and assessing. "So, are we gonna sort out what's wrong with you?" I asked him. "Or are you leaving this bathroom angry and horny as hell?" Fridge stared at me, his green-eyed gaze going down to my groin and back up again to my face. I tilted my head back under the water, feeling my fangs begin to descend. I was so frustrated with him. With the whole situation. But I was turned on as well. I didn't look at him when I said, "You better make up your mind because I'm going to come soon." I didn't hear him move, but I felt him grab me as he lifted me up and press me against the cold tiles behind us. I didn't open my eyes, I just clung to his shoulders as he grabbed my ass with his hands and growled against my ear, "Not without me."
Chapter 11. Fridge. I was insane. It was official. But the vampire was right, about too many things to name. So instead of thinking about how screwed up my head was, I focused on the one thing that made sense. He smelled so good, and every part of me, shifter and human, was crying out for this moment. For Vincent. I grabbed him and lifted him up against the wall, uncaring of how rough I was, because he didn't seem to care. I bent my head, unable to look at him while my body pressed so intimately against his, and closed my eyes and inhaled him. Every sense went on high alert at the intoxicating scent, at the feel of his skin under my lips as I lowered them to his neck. Why did this feel so right? I'd counted on it to feel wrong. But no, it felt as good as it did with Sadie. There was something about being with a woman that always reminded me they were fragile, that I needed to take care in how I used my body, where I lay, what I pressed on. But a primal understanding within me knew that Vincent and I could knock down walls together, and neither of us would get hurt. After we were done, I turned to walk away and heard Vincent's voice behind me. So we're good. I stiffened, not wanting to turn and look at him with his face still ecstatic from the bliss we'd shared, especially while my body still throbbed for more. I spoke without turning around. Yeah, we're good. I unlocked the bathroom door, got dressed as quickly as possible, and found Sadie and Rogan in the main living area, staring at me with wide eyes and matching huge smiles. I left the hotel room in the guise of needing a walk. I promised Sadie I wouldn't be long. After all, we needed to plan the takedown of the biggest vampire syndicate in the history of our city. But for an hour, I needed to be by myself. I needed to work out how I was going to live with this part of my existence. I was mated to Sadie, but I also wanted Vincent. I wanted both of them with every fiber of my being. They fulfilled very different needs in me, needs that I'd never known existed until now. How was that possible? Because at the moment, my dragon and I were at odds. He wanted Vincent over and over again. The fool even wanted to feed the vampire. What sort of stupid shifter craved that? And he also wanted Sadie, but that was a need I was much more comfortable admitting with both sides of my shifter soul. The human straight male side of me was happier than I'd ever been with her as my mate. But when it came to Vincent, my human side was disgusted with myself. How could I want them both so damn much? So for now, I walked.
Chapter 12. Vincent. I could barely stand after my first session with Fridge. I couldn't stop the stupid smile that lifted my lips. I hoped it wouldn't be our last. I took my time under the shower, slowly washing my body and noticing the parts of me that would have been sore if I'd been human. But I wasn't in pain or discomfort. I was so satisfied, I felt like I could sleep for a week, which was saying something for a vamp who didn't really sleep. The bathroom door that Fridge had unlocked opened suddenly. Sadie and Rogan stood in the doorway. They were smiling at me, though there was also an expectant look in their eyes, as if they were a little worried about me. "Are you both all right?" I asked, turning off the shower and grabbing a towel to dry myself. Rogan crossed his arms over his chest. Sadie's lips tilted up further. Yeah, we're okay. Are you?" I nodded. "Yeah, of course." "Why?" Rogan sniffed. "Because it sounded like you guys were in a fight for a while there, and then, well?" He shrugged, and I knew, despite the running shower masking some of the noise, that they'd probably figured out what had happened. "Fridge looked pretty pissed off when he stomped out of the bedroom," Sadie said. "We just thought maybe we should check on you." I burst out laughing. I'm good. So is Fridge, I think. Don't worry about it. We'll be fine." Rogan inhaled sharply again, then narrowed his eyes. "So you two did?" I raised one eyebrow at him, knowing the nose of a full-blood wolf shifter would be able to smell us in the air. I could certainly still smell it. "Smell us." I ignored Rogan's half-statement and stepped forward, still naked. "Would you mind if I got dressed again?" They parted for me to walk through and find my clothes, though it felt wrong to be dressed again when I was this blissed. Dizzy with happiness. I knew the dragon was going to have issues with what had just happened. After all, how could he not? Our connection would shake his beliefs about himself right down to the foundation. Is Fridge coming back? I asked, pulling my pants on and sitting down on the bed, feeling replete and strangely tired. Sadie walked up to me and took my face in her hands. I loved the feel of her on me, but it was so different to Fridge's touch. They were polar opposites, really. I loved that I was so attracted to both of them. Are you really okay? She asked. You look like you need blood or something. I chuckled. That was the last thing I needed. I'm fine, sweetheart. Though a nap isn't a bad idea. What are the plans for the rest of the night? Sadie bit her lip. We were just going to chat about the attack on the blood ring. Did I tell you that I destroyed the book I found with Shadow? The one you were looking for. That got my attention. No. What do you mean? Sadie explained about them destroying the link to Sadie's mother's family, and I waited for Fridge to return because he would. I was sure of it. Rogan and Sadie's food arrived while we talked, and they began to eat while I watched them, enjoying the run of pleasure through my veins, similar to being drunk or overindulging in blood. I swayed where I sat, then crawled up the bed, put my head down onto Fridge's pillow, and inhaled his scent. A feeling came over me, similar to when I'd first met Sadie, and inhaled her scent. It was settling, and yet exciting. I closed my eyes. Can you wake me when you're ready to talk about our next step? I think I might just rest for a minute or two. And I drifted into the best sleep I'd had in over 200 years.
Chapter 13. Sadie. I stared at Vincent, who was laying on the bed, my fork halfway to my lips, and my mouth dropped open. Did he just fall asleep? Rogan glanced over at the bed and shrugged, then got back to his dinner. It was good of him to cover the cost of the room. I put down my fork and picked up my glass of wine, taking a large sip and enjoying the warmth that spread through my body as I swallowed. Not just the room cost. He paid for all of it. Last week, the next 2 weeks, all the food and drinks. Everything. I still couldn't believe he'd done that. All without any expectation, even without wanting a thank you. Rogan's eyes bugged. Wow. I nodded, then picked up my fork again, scooping the mushroom risotto and bringing it to my mouth. I knew how much these meals cost. It was more than generous. I dropped my voice to a whisper. Do you really think they had sex in the bathroom? It had sounded more like a wrestling match than anything else, but it was as if something in me just knew. I had a connection to both Fridge and Vincent as well as Rogan, and it had seemed right to leave those two alone to do whatever it was they needed to do. Of course they did, Rogan said. The scent was everywhere in that bathroom. I'd had a gut feeling that fate was playing a hand in Fridge and Vincent's relationship too. And I couldn't be happier for them. It would make our little family even more connected, more complete. I eyed Rogan, wondering. No. Don't expect me to turn gay for your viewing pleasure. It's just not in me. I grinned. He already knew me too well, it seemed. And I knew him too. He was speaking the truth. For my wolf, there would be no one else but me. For my dragon and my vampire, I didn't mind sharing, as long as it remained between the four of us. If being together made them happy, it made me happy too. Rogan chewed and swallowed his steak. You said you thought they were hot together, he said. Well, I do think that. But it raises a few questions in my mind. Who was the top? Who was the bottom? What position had they done it in? I wanted to know everything. I giggled when I realized why I was feeling the weight of disappointment in my gut. I wish I'd gotten to see them together. Rogan laughed. I'm sure you will soon. But not you too. Nope. I'm all yours, sweetheart. Like I said, I don't have it in me for. He gestured toward the sleeping Vincent. That. I don't think Fridge thought it was in him either, I whispered again. Rogan shrugged. Still. As if he'd heard his name, the hotel room door opened and Fridge walked in, carrying a pint of blood in a cask. I recognized it from the distinctive marking on the dark box. My eyebrows rose. Got a present there, Fridge? Was this some sort of post-coital gift? He glanced down at the table as if embarrassed. His gaze scanned the plates in front of us. Well, we're all eating. And he always misses out, so. My mouth dropped open. How thoughtful. It hadn't really occurred to me that Vincent never got to eat with us. But Fridge was right. Why should Vincent miss out, just because the hotel didn't serve fresh blood on their room service menu? Fridge walked over to the bed and stared down at Vincent, sprawled on his belly, fast asleep in the place Fridge would usually sleep. He placed the blood down on the bedside table and walked back to us, sitting down in front of his dinner and lifting the silver lid. Damn, that looks good. He dove into a massive plate of steak and fries, then grabbed the beer I'd ordered for him on a whim. He downed the whole thing in a few swallows. My gaze ran over him, looking for some sign of change. What I was looking for, I wasn't sure. But there was nothing unusual, except for the fact he wasn't meeting my eyes. And he always did. You feeling better? I asked. Did the walk help? He didn't glance up, instead shrugging his shoulders and continuing to eat. I looked at Rogan, then back at Fridge. You and Vincent sort everything out? What did he say? Fridge asked, opening a second beer. That you two were good, I answered honestly. Then he passed out. Fridge glanced over at the bed again. Yeah. We're good. I clapped my hands together, happiness coursing through me. I'd ignore the fact that I desperately wanted to know all the details of their sexcapade, and try to focus on our mission. Then we're set. We just need. I laughed. Everything. Plan A, Plan B, an evacuation plan. A list of people who you think we should take with us. And if we succeed, where you'd like to take all the women from the underground, came a sleepy, deep voice from the bed. Vincent was stretching, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. He still looked exhausted. We can wait until you've rested properly, then talk about this. I told him. I didn't mean to start the conversation without you. He stood up and shook his head. No. I'm feeling much better. Is that? He inhaled deeply through his nose and looked toward the bedside table. I nodded. Fridge brought it back for you. Really? Vincent's gaze sought out Fridge's, and I glanced between the two men, watching the flash of something dark in the dragon shifter's eyes. Pleasure filled me. Fridge looked happy. Thank you, Vincent said, his voice now half an octave deeper than before. Fridge shrugged. No problem. You want a wine glass or something? The tension between them was so delicious, I was desperate to ask more, but Rogan's hand snuck out to squeeze my fingers, and when I looked at him, he shook his head as though warning me off, interrupting the fragile peace between the other two. The development of a new relationship within our foursome. I searched inside me for jealousy, but there was none. I knew my connection with all three men in this room was strong. Finding further connections, in this case between Fridge and Vincent, only served to make the four of us closer. I grinned at them all, feeling like an idiot but unable to wipe the smile off my face. Fridge grabbed a clean glass from the table and held it out. Vincent walked over and took it, careful not to touch Fridge's fingers at the same time. Thanks. I won't drink too much, or I'll be no good as watch tonight. He retreated to the bed, poured himself half a glass and began to sip at it. I smiled at him. You can come closer than that. He shook his head. No. I appreciate your tolerance of me, but the smell of this will put the shifters off their meals, I'm sure. What do you mean, you won't be able to watch us tonight? Fridge demanded, ripping through the remainder of his steak as though it were made of butter. Hungry? I asked him with a raised eyebrow. He ignored me. I glanced back at our resident vampire, who was sitting casually on the bed, still shirtless. Still hot as hell. I don't watch you sleep or anything, he said, attempting to allay some of Fridge's obvious suspicion. I just mean, I guard you three. I'd never forgive myself if someone snuck in here and hurt you while I was awake and off somewhere else. This hotel is ideal for me to protect you. Minimal entry points. Surveillance cameras. People everywhere. I swiveled in my chair to look straight at Vincent. I had no idea you'd been doing that. It made me care for him even more. Thank you. But as usual, he just smiled and disregarded the enormity of his gift. We all finished our food and ended up sprawled out around the sitting area, me next to Vincent this time, while Fridge and Rogan occupied the 2 armchairs. So where do we go from here? I asked. Should I be shutting down my father's apartment and his business, and preparing to flee the city? The men exchanged glances and my heart fell. I'd been joking. Shit. Vincent put a hand out and ran it soothingly over my thigh. His touch was comforting. You probably don't need to do that, but you do need a fallback plan. If we do need to leave for a while, someone else should be ready to take over the reins. Like who? I asked. Who on earth could I entrust my father's legacy to? Terry was gone. Dad had no close family. Shadow, Fridge said. It was the only answer that made sense. Yes, you're right. He could do it, and I trust him. But he wants to come with us, and you said he's a great asset. Rogan clenched his hands around the ends of his chair armrests. Then we disguise him, or make sure no matter what, he isn't caught. He's a priority to get out. Fridge nodded. I'll agree to that, because I know he won't leave without Sadie. Vincent chuckled. It's true. I've seen the way he looks at her. If we protect him, he'll get her out. Then we're agreed, Fridge declared. The men nodded, as though it was all decided. I don't think so. I laughed. Hang on a second. Hold your horses. They were deciding my future for me, and I couldn't have that. Not if it meant they'd sacrifice themselves for me. I'm not living without any of you, so I suggest we all find a way out, or, well, let's just say there's no choice for me. There was a weighted silence for a moment, then we moved on, hopefully with the agreement of my men. Rogan lifted his head and began listing off names of guys who worked at Hunter's. Barry? Yep. Travis? Yeah, maybe. Tony? No, he just got married. Wife's pregnant too. And it went on until they had a list of 6 guys Rogan and Fridge thought would say yes to our proposal, and had the skills and personality to be capable of the trip. Anyone else? I asked, jotting down the last name on the small tablet I'd found on the hotel's table. I glanced at Vincent. Anyone you want to invite on this mission? He shook his head. No. I don't trust anyone from my old world, not to snitch to the fathers about what we're doing. I sighed and sat back. Should we go around lunchtime again? Not tomorrow, but the day after. They all nodded, and Fridge said, we're gonna need to empty out the vault of weapons and protective gear if we want to survive this. It's all yours. I grinned at my dragon shifter. Because I could offer it all to him. It was mine. Everything my dad had ever owned. Fridge nodded. We can pay the guys cash from the safe in advance tomorrow. Okay. Sounded fine by me. At least then the money would get to their families, regardless of what happened. And organize whatever you need to do legally for Shadow to take over the business if we need to skip town for a while. I inhaled sharply. I was a lawyer. I can do that myself. The men went on discussing the finer points of the team and the strengths of each man in fighting vampires. I couldn't help but notice the men they'd left off the list. The ones with wives. The ones with kids. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the thoughts that swirled inside my head. Because there was something I hadn't yet told them, and it would change everything if they knew. I was pretty sure I was pregnant. I could be wrong, of course. The stress of the past weeks could be playing with my normally clockwork-like cycle. But that part of me I had inherited from my mother, that intuitive witch side, told me I was wrong. I was going to have their baby. And I wasn't telling them that. Not yet. They'd never let me go down there, if they knew. And no one was stopping me from rescuing those women. And if all the good luck, hopes, and fantasy fairies were with us, maybe I'd be able to rescue my mother as well.
Chapter 14. Rogan. Sadie was looking more tired and pale the longer we talked. "Hey, you want to get to bed?" She nodded and stifled a yawn with her hand. "Yeah, but can I ask one thing before I pass out? How are we going to transport those women, and where are we going to put them when we get them out?" The room went silent once again, as it did each time we talked about this. The likelihood of us making it out alive, or even at all, wasn't good. Let alone us getting in, rescuing those women, and getting out again with all of them in one piece. But I had to indulge the fantasy for a minute. Because if there was the faintest chance we could pull off the impossible, then we had to be ready. Well, they'll need a hospital. That's for damn sure. Fridge snorted. Yeah, but half the doctors in the city are vampires, and no one is going to believe we just found these starving, pregnant, drained women by the side of the road. Vincent cleared his throat. There is a hospital that vampires take their victims to, if they go a little far with feeding and don't want them to die. We all turned to stare at him. I was the one who broke the silence. That would be ideal. Though I had no idea such a place existed. Vincent sighed. I wish it didn't, and personally, I've only been there once. Not for myself, but for a woman I found one night. The vampire and I were friends, and he overindulged accidentally. Then we both carried her there. He showed me the way. It is expensive, but very discreet. The staff could definitely help us if we had the cash. Which I do. I clapped my hands together once, a grin splitting my face. This plan is certainly coming together better than I thought it would. Sadie yawned again, and I got up out of my chair and reached for her. I think it's time for bed, beautiful. She nodded and took my hand, smiling as I kissed her soft lips. I moaned as lust spread through me. Damn, I wanted her. But she truly looked exhausted. I would have to be patient. For now. As though she read my thoughts, she chuckled softly. Can it wait until tomorrow? I am exhausted. I laughed and groaned at the same time. Of course. If I have to. She suddenly grinned at me, then shot a look toward Fridge and Vincent. Well, you could always. Nope. I'll wait for you, thank you very much, I said, turning her around and spanking her cheeky bum. She could keep her teasing to herself. What was that about? Fridge asked, his eyelids dropping to a hooded expression of annoyance as he stood up to join us. Nothing. It's all good. I turned to Vincent, who was still sitting on the couch. Should I invite him to join us? We're kinda bed hogs, but if you want to come. Vincent held his hand up as though to say stop. Thank you. I appreciate the offer, and perhaps one day that will be where we're all comfortable. But for the moment, I'll stay here and think about some of the intricacies of the plan. I nodded at the vampire who joined our family. Unbeknownst to me, he was quite the team player, and I was glad he was on our side. Okay. See you in the morning, then. You will indeed, Vincent said, standing up to smile and nod his head in that old-fashioned way he had. Fridge hesitated, not following me. So I walked away and stepped into the bedroom, stripping off my clothes and listening for sounds from the other room. If something was said between them, even my shifter hearing couldn't pick it up, and by the time I'd climbed into bed with Sadie, Fridge had joined us. He seemed agitated, but stripped quickly, then climbed beneath the sheets. We fell into a heap, arms and legs everywhere, and even though my mind raced, I dropped into a deep sleep within minutes. Chapter 15. Rogan. The next day, we went to the workshop. Vincent asked me to call him if anything out of the norm happened. I think the poor guy was starting to feel left out with us working all the time. I wasn't sure why he didn't just join us at the workshop, but until this was all settled, it was probably best he maintain his strength. And the way to do that, of course, was to keep being a traditional vampire and only come out at night. Sadie retreated straight to her office, saying she needed to sort out the legalities of what might happen tomorrow. So, Fridge and I were left standing in the foyer. Did you contact everyone on the list? Fridge asked. I nodded. Yeah. They're all coming in around noon. Then I better start getting prepared for tomorrow, Fridge said, indicating the vault beneath the stairs. Start loading up bags and kits for everyone. I nodded. Okay. I checked my watch. We only have an hour, so I'll get to contacting Shadow and checking on today's bounties. Fridge nodded, and we went in opposite directions. By the time the men we'd invited to the workshop arrived, my gut was in knots. I couldn't really believe what we were about to do. Part of me didn't believe I'd gone down in the underground in the first place. Fridge and I would have died without Vincent, and that was only against one vampire. Now we were going down again, and actually taking on the whole blood ring. I couldn't see how we'd make it out. They're here, Fridge said unnecessarily, indicating the foyer where most of the guys were already congregating. I nodded. I'll go get Sadie. Meet you in the training room. It was the only space in the workshop big enough for all 9 of us. Fridge nodded and herded the others to the training room. When I got back with Sadie, she and I headed to the front of the crowd and Fridge stood at the back, locking the door so no one else could sneak in. Sadie stared out at the men, wringing her hands. I stood just behind her, making sure she knew I was there if she needed me. She shot me a quick, grateful smile. Thank you all for coming today at our request, she said. Yeah, what's this about? Travis asked. Fridge wouldn't say, Tony piped up. She huffed out a breath. I want to hire you for a special bounty. A recovery mission, of sorts. For when? Trav called out. Sadie glanced back at me and I stepped forward. Probably best we take it from here. I was expecting quite a backlash from these guys, although I trusted every man in the room with my life. That was why we'd chosen them. Tomorrow, I said. And some of you aren't gonna like it. Tony shifted from side to side, his wolf shifter instincts clearly making him want to run. How come? I sighed. Because it's dangerous. The most dangerous assignment any of you have ever had. Which is why we have you guys here and no one else. We need people we can trust. Max lifted his chin and crossed his arms over his chest. What's the job? Max was part dragon, part wolf, part bear. He was as big as Fridge and more vicious. We got word a day ago that it's possible that Sadie's mom, Jack's wife, is still alive. God. Holy shit. Curses reverberated right through the group. Where? Max asked. I glanced at Fridge, who was still standing at the back of the room, standing guard over the exit. In the underground, I said. The blood ring. Every man who had been relaxing, slouching or sitting, got to his feet and yelled. What the hell? No. But 20 years. And a myriad of other negatives. Sadie dropped to her knees and pulled out the money she had in the bag, spilling it on the floor. More than $100,000 fell everywhere. The room went insanely quiet all of a sudden, as the men glanced between themselves and licked their lips. Yes. That was the sort of reaction we wanted. Sadie stood up. There's $100,000 here. 15 grand for any man who says he'll join us tomorrow. In advance. Max queried, stepping closer. Sadie nodded. Yes. And I have contracts behind me that will pay out another $100,000 to every family of anyone who doesn't come back from this one. The men glanced among themselves. In the world we lived in, taking our lives in our hands every day, they wouldn't get a much better offer than that. Max stepped forward. I'm in. Vampires are my favorite to hunt. I grinned at him. I knew that about him. We're all meeting here tomorrow, 9 a.m. We'll rig up with every bit of armor you think you'll need. Any weapon. There's no limit on this one. Sadie held up a hand, and every eye shot to her. It's my mom. Jack's wife. Don't forget that. There was a hiss of excitement among the guys. Jack had always placed limits on everything in the vault. To have carte blanche access was a rare thing. We go down just before noon. What's the objective? Max asked. Rescue the women trapped in the blood ring, I said. And any children or babies we find, Sadie added. How many are down there? Travis asked, stepping closer, as did several of the other men, forming a circle in front of Sadie and the money. We don't know. At least 3, I said. Could be more by now. So we go down, grab the women and get the hell out, Trav said. Max chuckled without humor. Yeah, all without the vamps getting us. How far down in the underground are they? Fridge walked over to join us. It's 3 levels down. 3? Shit. Look, this won't be easy, Sadie said. But I've seen what's down there, and we can't leave those women to face it. Max glanced at Fridge. Is it just us 8? I closed my eyes briefly. 8. The men. Sadie cleared her throat. I'm coming. There was a glance around the group, but no one said anything. Sadie was, after all, Jack's daughter. And Vincent and Shadow. Vincent? The vampire who saved Fridge the other day. I nodded. Yes. He's strong and fast, and with us and them, I think we can do this. Shadow. Someone asked. Isn't he that weird shifter? He's my cousin, and he's in, Sadie said. Her tone brooked no argument. After a moment, Max shrugged. Well, I'm in. You know me. Money is king. Sadie turned and grabbed the contracts while I bent to pick up the money. This way, gentlemen, Sadie said, inviting them over to sign their life away. I stood back with Fridge and watched her hand over the money and get our team together. Do you think all 6 will turn up tomorrow? I asked Fridge. I'd had reservations about Davis. He hadn't said a thing since he'd walked in the door, but as he took his money, signed his contract, and walked over to us, he stuck out his hand. Thanks for asking me to join you guys. You know, the vamps drained my parents a few years ago. I've been looking for a way to get them back. I stuck out my hand and shook his hand. This was exactly the sort of man we needed. See you tomorrow, Davis. I'll be here. The men left with a stack of cash each and a grim but determined smile. I grabbed Sadie into a hug and held her tight. This next step was going to take us down a path where we had little control out of the outcome. It scared the shit out of me. But I knew there was no going back now. No matter what.
Chapter 16. Sadie. I worked all day, finalizing contracts for the men from Hunters who were coming with us into the underground, then working on a way to hand over all business control to Shadow while I was gone. That wasn't easy, and it involved an intense conversation with my reluctant cousin. Shadow didn't want anything to do with my money, business, or apartment, but I convinced him it was necessary. After all, who else could I trust with everything my father had built? By the time closing came around, my brain was fried. I collapsed against the backrest of my father's executive chair and groaned. Damn, I'm tired. I pulled the elastic from my hair, tugging at the messy bun I'd twisted my hair into, and let the heavy strands fall around my face. The door opened and my 2 shifter mates walked in. Hey, I said, smiling at them both, happy to see them despite the fatigue that dragged at me. You okay? Rogan asked. I nodded and closed the laptop screen. Yeah, just tired. It's been a big day. Between the meeting with the men chosen to accompany us, worrying about the consequences of what was going to happen, and setting up the eventualities of the worst happening, I was exhausted. I ran my hands through my tangled hair and got to my feet, stretching my back as I walked around my desk. Fridge slid his hand around my waist and pulled me into his huge body. Hey, beautiful. Hi, I returned, going up on my toes to kiss him. When I drew back, I cocked my head and stared at his contented smile. How come I feel like I haven't seen you much lately? That's not the case at all. I'd been with him so much, but the usually overwhelming Fridge feeling had disappeared. It was nice to have the core of him without the bluster. Fridge's smile instantly fell and he stepped away. I went straight after him, grabbing onto his hands and squeezing his fingers. Hey. I wasn't trying to insult you. What's wrong? Fridge ran a hand through his hair. Nothing. You ready to go home? I nodded and glanced at Rogan, who shrugged. Something was up with Fridge, and if I had to bet on it, I'd put my money on two things. Either he was worried about tomorrow and what would happen in the underground, or he was thinking about what had happened with Vincent. The two of them seemed better. Not as grouchy with each other, but whatever it was between them wasn't fully resolved. I nodded as we made our way down the stairs. I obviously had to do something to push Fridge and Vincent to be more cordial with each other. The last thing we needed was two of our four at odds when we were about to go into the most dangerous expedition of our lives. I locked up, then decided we should walk back to the hotel despite my lethargy. I could use a stretch, I said. I've been stuck behind a desk all day. I took Fridge's hand without waiting for an answer from the guys, and we began walking. It was only a few blocks over, and I had to ask Fridge about Vincent. We didn't have a lot of time to sort out the issue before tomorrow. Hey Fridge? I asked. Yeah, he responded, stopping at an intersection and turning to look for cars. I shivered at the magic I felt course down my spine. The sense of foreboding and eventuality that was about to happen. I know you and Vincent got it on. He twisted around so fast I almost fell over. His eyes shifted to their dragon diamonds, and his chest seemed to puff up as I stared at him. Why would you SSSI that? He asked, his shifter voice coming out for us all to hear. I grinned at him. Because I was gonna ask if you could do it again. You know, with us there. I gestured to Rogan and back to myself. Let's go. Rogan called out, already halfway across the street. Fridge and I ran to catch up with him, and when we were safely back on the sidewalk, I took his hand again and held it tight. Well? I asked him. He coughed loudly but didn't say anything. Rogan was walking ahead, so he was no help. I squeezed Fridge's hand. Hey. What are you worried about? I think you two are hot together. Why? He coughed to clear his throat, seeming unable to continue. I grinned up at him, hoping my approval would be easy to read. Well, you don't have to tell me any details if you don't want to, but would you do more stuff tonight for me? I have to admit, I find it a turn on. It was my turn to swallow hard. Admitting such a thing was actually difficult. You don't mind that we... Fridge once again couldn't finish the sentence. I laughed as I squeezed his hand and grinned at him. God no. Take some of the pressure off me, I joked. He glanced at the ground, and my stomach plummeted from worry. I stopped walking and pulled on his hand until he faced me. Hey, I said, cupping his cheek and lifting his head until he looked into my eyes. His pupils had shifted back to human, though he shivered with a strange sort of tension. What's really worrying you? It can't be that you've found another person to be with, who's already in our family. It's not like you're off cheating with some other woman because that would kind of kill me. And it would. One of the main reasons I'd accepted the fated mate bond so easily was the fact it brought with it a certain guarantee that my men wouldn't cheat on me. Nor me on them. No, it's not that, he said. Then what is it? I asked. Because, I don't mean to rush you or anything, but tomorrow is going to be kind of life-threatening in the worst possible way, and I'd really like to make sure that nothing is left unresolved. Fridge's nostrils flared as he inhaled deeply. I waited and it felt like an eternity, but finally Fridge said, I think Vincent's my mate as well as you. I don't think my mouth hung open for very long, but I'm pretty sure my jaw dropped at least for a moment or two. I snapped it shut and focused on the solution to his supposed problem. I don't get it. Aren't we linked already? Surely that's how it worked? He shook his head like a horse brushing off an annoying fly. I didn't dare look away from his gaze, though I was pretty sure we'd lost Rogan. Fridge said, not through you. Oh? What did he mean? You mean you two are mates, like, separately? I wasn't sure what that meant for him and me exactly. Does that mean you want to go off alone with Vincent? Without me and Rogan? Because I hope that's not the case. I'd hate it if that was what he was saying. He shook his head adamantly. Oh God, no. I want you just as much. It's just that. You feel connected to him too? I asked, trying to make sense of this strange puzzle. He nodded. I shrugged. Well, I don't really see the problem. Isn't it a good thing that you two are connected? After all, you and Rogan have been best friends for like, what? 10 years? You and I are fated mates. Maybe you're designed to be like, the center of the male trio or something? Or the center of all of us? There had to be a good reason why he felt this way. Fate didn't set things up without a reason. When Fridge didn't say anything more, I sighed, kissed him hard on the mouth, then tugged his hand to make him keep walking down the street. I was starving. Look, I'm not sure what you're feeling, but from my point of view, I can't see any negatives to it. If anything, it makes me feel more secure that this family is going to work. And if I fall behind on my affection, or I get sick or pregnant and can't give you guys everything you need, you have each other. Sounds like a win-win to me. Fridge shrugged his massive shoulders and sighed loudly. Yeah, I suppose so. We were almost at the hotel now, and Rogan was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone on without us. So? I asked. You'll show me some stuff tonight? Fridge stared at me, his dark eyes swirling with more emotions than I could name. Then he slowly nodded, and a small smile played on his lips. If you want. I squealed a little to emphasize my approval. Yay. Oh, I do want to see, let's go. Because no matter what happened tomorrow, tonight had to be a night we all remembered. Forever.
Chapter 17. Fridge. I pulled Sadie against my body as we rode the elevator up the single floor to our hotel room, holding her tight against me. It felt so right to have her in my arms. Her scent rose around me and I sunk into it, burying my face in her hair. And yet, my stomach was in knots at the thought of seeing Vincent again, too. Come on. I'm starving, Sadie said, tugging me down the hall to our room. For food or something else? I asked, stepping up behind her sweet little body. She giggled as she used the swipe card and pushed the door hard to open it. Both. Then she bumped her ass back at me before sauntering into the room, swinging her hips like she was on some sort of runway. Stepping into the room, I let the door shut behind me. I could smell Vincent from where I stood, though he was still in the bedroom. He smelled like blood and sex and a fight. Everything I loved in this world. Damn it, I said under my breath as I opened the door to the mini fridge and reached for a couple of beers. Rogan. Sadie. You guys want a drink? No thanks, Sadie said, then she squealed as though someone had grabbed her and I knew who it was. My gut tightened as I sensed Vincent move closer. I grabbed the 2 beers out of the fridge, one in each hand. Hopefully that would stop me from reaching for the vampire and kissing him, like I'd been dying to for days now. Hey, I said, nodding at him. Vincent inclined his head, a smile flirting at the edges of his lips. Hello. I couldn't stop the grin that lifted my own mouth. He was so proper. So old school. Everything I wasn't. You have a good day? I asked him. He nodded and drew Sadie into his side, kissing her lips briefly before looking back at me. Yes, I did, thank you. I got some rest, mostly. Mostly sounded like he'd done more than simply rest while we were at work, but I wasn't going to push for the information. Not yet. Not while my heart pounded and my chest was tight, waiting for the moment that Sadie would ask us to climb into bed together. And I'd get to be with Vincent again. I tossed the beer back, swallowing the cold hops as I tried to wash away my dirty thoughts. Not that it worked, but the beer was good. Rogan stepped up and took his bottle off me, probably so I didn't drink it. There was a knock at the door, then it opened without us saying they could come in. Room service, the guy called out cheerily. I raised my eyebrows in question. But we haven't ordered yet. A knife shot past my head and I ducked out of the way, diving for Sadie as Vincent flew to the door. I tucked our mate behind me, a dragon fluttering inside, ready to shift and fly Sadie away. But Vincent was taking care of the threat without mercy. He tore the other vampire's head from his shoulders and slammed shut the door so that no one else could come in. Blood spattered Vincent's otherwise pristine shirt as he tossed the head onto the silver tray, and the thump of the now lifeless body sounded as it fell to the floor. He growled as though he were part shifter, and a laugh bubbled in my chest. God, he was magnificent. Damn, you're hot, I said, unable to stop the words from coming out. Chapter 18. Fridge. Everyone stilled and stared at me. I wished I could take the words back, but it was too late. Sadie giggled as she got up off the floor and dusted herself off. I agree. Nothing hotter than a man who can protect me and our family. Thank you, Vincent. I got to my feet, my throat thick with emotion. So much for playing your cards close to your chest. Idiot. I actually had ordered your dinner, otherwise I would have acted sooner when he tried to come in the door, Vincent said. There was another knock on the door. The real room service. Vincent groaned, indicating the head on the tray. I'll get rid of this asshole. You guys get your dinner. Vincent grabbed the body and pushed the cart to the other side of the room, where he opened the window and threw him out. Sadie stared at Vincent, her mouth wide open. Ah. Rogan slapped me on the arm. Food. Let's go. He opened the door and let the cart enter, just as the window slid shut. What you get? I asked, pulling out a chair and sitting down at the dining room table. Or more accurately, what had Vincent decided we were having for dinner? Should we really trust a vampire's taste in food? At least I like my steak rare. Rogan shrugged. I glanced over my shoulder, then pulled out a chair next to me. Come join us, Vincent. Tell us what you've ordered. Vincent moved silently, sitting in the chair next to me without saying a word. My heart pounded too hard, but I was beginning to feel more excited than terrified, so I grabbed onto those feelings and pushed forward. I ordered a little of everything. Considering how important tomorrow is, I thought you could spoil yourselves a little. Rogan placed 6 platters on the table. Whoa, I said. Order enough. Vincent nodded and smiled. I grinned. The man knew us well. Sadie sat down and began lifting the silver domes to reveal the food. I'm starving. Wow, it all smells so good. There was steak, fish, fries, vegetables, risotto, and lasagna. Then sides of garlic bread, salads, and even a platter of chocolate mousse cake. I inhaled and moaned at the pleasure that pulsed through my body as the aromas made their way up my nostrils. Yum. I licked my lips as saliva pooled in my mouth. Damn, I'm hungry too. Vincent took one of the empty plates and indicated the feast he'd ordered and paid for. Dig in. And so we did. We stuffed ourselves, laughed, and chatted about nothing in particular, while Vincent sat back and watched us, a soft smile on his face. Did you get the agreement of the men at Hunter's today to join us? Vincent asked. Sadie nodded, wiping the last of the lasagna sauce from her mouth. Yes. We have 6 men who will meet us tomorrow for the trip into the underground. Vincent's eyes glanced up at the wall where the knife still protruded. Should we talk about the assassination attempt? Sadie stood up and shook her head. Not yet. It'll kill the mood, no pun intended. Unless you think there will be more coming for us tonight. She glanced at Vincent. He stood up and shook his head. No. I don't think so, but just to make sure. He dragged one of the chairs to the only entrance and jammed it under the door handle. Sadie grinned, high on food and likely the fact she was still alive. Great. We can talk about that shit later, but for now, I want my mates to take me to bed. Assuming, of course, you all want to. Hell yes, Rogan growled, bumping the table as he stood up and lifted Sadie into his arms. It's been way too long. They went off to the bedroom, and I glanced at Vincent. Should I warn him of Sadie's plans for us tonight, or let her reveal them? Come on, guys, she called, and before I could say anything to him, the vampire moved into the bedroom after them. I sighed and muttered, lost my chance there. Quickly I went after them, determined to let the chips fall where they may. At least for tonight.
Chapter 19. Vincent. I'd spent the day superdosing on the most exotic blood I could afford. Not only did it taste better, from the rarest and strongest of shifters, but it gave a vampire a special buzz, a strength that I was sure I was going to need to protect my mates tomorrow. But it had backfired in a way too. I could feel my attraction to Fridge grow, move, change. There must have been dragon shifter blood in the mix, though I hadn't asked for it specifically. Fridge stepped up next to me as I stared at Rogan and Sadie on the bed. They were already kissing and touching, tugging at each other's clothes with a desperation that came from not knowing what tomorrow would bring. But just at this moment, I wasn't focused on the couple on the bed. Every particle of my being was aching for the man next to me. Fridge. He didn't touch me, but I could feel the heat radiating off him in a wave. "Do you like watching them?" I asked him as Fridge crossed his big, meaty arms over his equally large chest. When he didn't answer, I risked a look at him. "Well." He turned to meet my gaze, his irises doing that weird dragon diamond thing I found truly fascinating. "Well, what?" Hadn't he heard what I'd said? I inclined my head toward the bed, where Rogan had gotten Sadie completely naked and was kissing her soundly. A gasp from her echoed around the room and lust curled in my belly. I asked if you like watching them. Fridge shrugged, letting his arms fall. "I like watching Sadie receive pleasure. Rogan doesn't do it for me though." Another gasp sounded, then a cry. Rogan now had his head buried between Sadie's legs. She grabbed his hair, her belly shaking with her moans. She looked up and met my gaze. "Are you two gonna join us?" I nodded. Sure. How we were going to do this, I had no idea. But I unbuttoned my shirt and pulled off my trousers, laying them on the chair in the corner of the room. Every cell in my body was trained and focused on Fridge. The way he moved, shuffled out of his jeans and tank. When he finally turned toward me, my mouth fell open. Damn, he's beautiful. All bunched strong muscle. Wicked grin when he bothered to smile. My tongue went dry and I realized my mouth was hanging open. I shut it with a snap when I heard Sadie say, "Come on. I want to watch you guys too." She motioned for us to come closer. I glanced at Fridge, who wasn't moving. "She wants us closer." His jaw clenched and the muscle in his jaw popped. Then he shook his head slowly. "No, she wants to watch us." My mouth dropped open. "Us as in?" "Us," the dragon said, his whole body shivering as though he was holding everything back. That was the moment when I truly realized that tomorrow, I'd be risking everything I'd ever held dear. And they were all in this bed surrounding me.
Chapter 20. Fridge. That was so hot. Oh my God. Sadie cried, laughing with happiness. We all lay in bed, Sadie in the middle, Vincent and Rogan on either side of her. "All right?" Sadie asked, her head lifting off the pillow to look at us all. When she saw where I was, her gaze narrowed, and she reached a hand out to me. "Come closer, Fridge." I couldn't deny her, and I certainly couldn't deny the fact I wanted to be closer. So I slid up behind Vincent and reached out for her. Our hands met over his waist, and Vincent shifted back ever so slightly, his ass now inches from my stomach. How much did I want to slide up and spoon him? Too much. I clenched my teeth so hard I heard a crack in my jaw. "Is that a bite mark?" Sadie asked, lifting up my hand and inspecting my palm. I flipped onto my back, looking up at the ceiling. Yeah. I pushed my palms flat against my chest, not wanting to inspect the proof of the blood drinking, a ritual I'd encouraged Vincent to indulge in. I still couldn't believe I'd done it. I'd been bitten before. But those vampires had attacked me, either out of hunger or anger. Not with pleasure and care in mind. Sadie sat up and looked down at us. "Vincent, did you bite him? Is that like a guy thing? You've never done that to me." Vincent huffed out a laugh, and even though I wasn't looking at him, I could imagine his sweet smile. I bit my lip and snorted through my nose. My feelings for Vincent were growing stronger every day. Despite initially not wanting to connect with the vampire, he was beginning to become as important to me as Sadie, my mate, and Rogan, my best friend. Vincent cleared his throat. I didn't plan to bite Fridge. I never feed on people. So why did you? She asked, not letting the topic go. I sighed heavily. Because I told him to. I sat up and twisted around so I could look at Sadie. The four-in-the-bed thing made the position hard. But I stayed where I was and stared at her, waiting for her to respond. Oh, Sadie said, then glanced down at Vincent. You can bite me too if you want to. Is it better for you if you do? That was something I wanted to know as well. I'd moved on complete instinct when I offered my hand to Vincent. I'd seen his fangs protrude after he'd been with Sadie in the shower and when he'd been with me last time. And a part of my subconscious brain had obviously assumed that he was meant to feed at that time. Only a guy with a lot of restraint and control would stop his base instincts like that, retracting his fangs when he was ready and needing to feed. And although I respected the strength it took to fight that need, the fact he made the choice not to take the blood made me want to give it to him. Vincent awkwardly cleared his throat, then slid up the headboard, sitting up like we were. Rogan groaned and arranged himself so he was sitting closer to me, now making a little circle. Well? Sadie asked, one eyebrow rising high on her forehead. Yes. It made everything much more intense, Vincent admitted. I wanted to do it with you too. But I managed to stop myself. I couldn't possibly feed on you, Sadie. You're part witch. I can't guarantee I could control myself and stop if I tasted your blood. Which is why it's best he bites me, I said before I could stop myself. All three of them stared at me. What? What was wrong with that? Vincent glanced at me, a nervous smile quivering on his lips. I appreciate the offer, but I honestly don't want to make either of you my blood source. I am quite happy to buy it. I have been training myself for many decades to live off the bottled sort. I pressed my lips into a thin line. Why did I feel rejected? Fine, I said, shrugging. No problem. I shouldn't have an issue with it, and yet hearing Vincent say he'd happily go back to the bottled crap rather than my blood made me angry. Like gut-tightening, fingers clenched into fists, angry. It made sense that we'd share such a thing. It might not make sense to anyone else, but it did to me. I'm gonna grab a quick shower, then we better hit the hay. We've got a huge day tomorrow. We'd better get some sleep. My voice was grumpy sounding, but I couldn't help it. I shuffled off the bed and stumbled into the shower, turning on the water and grabbing the soap to scrub clean. I had to gain control over myself, because even I knew my reaction was stupid. I was angry, and there was no reason to be. The door opened and Vincent walked in, looking way too relaxed. His eyes were soft, his movements slow. Yeah? I asked, washing under my arms and smelling us everywhere I breathed. I didn't mean to offend you, he said, staring at me with those big brown eyes. I shrugged and washed my body, hoping to get rid of the feeling Vincent had left on me. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Vincent walked closer, and I rushed to get out of his way. I quickly rinsed the soap off and gestured to the still running water. If you want a shower, I'm done. He shook his head. No. I'm happy to smell of you. I twisted away to turn the water off, a smirk tugging at my lips. I kind of liked the fact he'd smell of me too. Cool. I grabbed a towel and quickly dried myself, though I could feel the tendrils of desire growing once again. Better get to bed. Hey, Vincent said, reaching out and touching my arm, stopping me from leaving the bathroom. Yeah. I wrapped the towel around my waist. Thank you for offering your blood to me. It was incredibly generous of you. I nodded once. No problem. I went to move away, and Vincent grabbed me, his reflexes lightning fast. I mean, I've never had anyone care enough to offer me such a gift, and I'm not sure how to be comfortable with it. I've spent a lot of, decades, trying to wean off blood entirely. My need for such nutrition repulses me. I stopped and stared at him. I'd never thought of it that way. that Vincent had not chosen to become a vampire. He was bitten, not born. His way of life was to feed or die. I grinned and shrugged. I've got extra. You're welcome to some. And without looking back, I walked out of the bathroom, pulled off the towel, and jumped straight into bed where Rogan and Sadie were still sitting, chatting away. My heart was pounding too fast, and a nervous type of energy was pulsing through my veins, but I couldn't stop to think about what it meant. Not now. Vincent came and sat on the bed. Should we discuss the assassination attempt? My head came up from the pillow. Shit, I forgot about that. Rogan laughed. Yeah, pretty easy to do when Vincent dispatched him so easily. Wicked moves you've got. Vincent inclined his head. Thank you. Who was it? Sadie asked, or more importantly, who sent him? Do you think there will be more? Vincent shook his head. No. If they wanted to send more, they would have come together or already stormed into the room. That was a low-level, trashy young vamp. He could have been here for any of us. Me especially. Since I'm on the outs with my old family and have angered people by taking up a relationship with you, Sadie, I've put a target on my head. So, you don't think it has anything to do with what we're gonna do tomorrow? I asked. Because that's all that really mattered. We needed to know if they were on to us or not. Vincent shook his head. No, I don't think so. Great. Sadie said, clapping her hands. Then we should probably get some sleep and be rested for tomorrow. She looked at Vincent and tilted her head. Are you on watch tonight, or are you going to sleep with us? Vincent's gaze slid over to mine and rested on me like a gentle caress. Was he hoping I'd invite him to sleep with us? I swallowed hard and opened my mouth to respond, but Vincent said, I'll stay on watch. Just in case they do send someone else. Vincent stood up and moved as though he was going to leave. Every part of me panicked. I flicked back the blankets and gestured to him. Come in for a bit. You can leave when we fall asleep. Vincent blinked, and although I could feel Sadie and Rogan's gazes on me, I didn't look their way. Instead, I waited, then said, I don't bite. Though I would if he wanted me to. Vincent chuckled at that one, then climbed back into the place between me and Sadie. He rested his head on the pillow, his back to me. I lay down behind him as Sadie and Rogan settled also. Every part of me, human and shifter, hummed with happiness. These were my mates, my family. I flicked off the light, closed my eyes, and drew Vincent closer. Reaching over him, I rested a hand on Sadie's warm hip. I couldn't lose them now.
Chapter 21. Vincent. I didn't want to move. I'd never slept in a bed with 3 other people before. And I'd especially never had my female half-witch's warm curves pressed against my front, and my male dragon shifter lover's possessive arm wrapped around my waist. It wasn't a situation I'd ever thought I'd want to be in, and yet, I seriously didn't want to be anywhere else. So I stayed with my head on the soft pillow and my eyes closed, listening to the heavy breathing of the 3 people around me. Sadie twitched and mumbled in her sleep. Rogan softly snored on occasion. And Fridge gripped me like a bear and snored like a train. And it was just perfect. But I couldn't sleep. Not when the threat of the vampires was hanging over our heads. I needed to keep these beautiful people safe. And when it came time tomorrow, I would get them out of the city and to safety. Somehow. Because there was no way we were walking into the blood ring, taking away their prized cash cows, and resuming our normal lives soon after. No way in hell.
Chapter 22. Sadie. The night passed too quickly, as it usually did when I slept next to my mates. I rarely woke, and when I did, I drifted back to sleep feeling safe. When the sun rose, we got up, ate breakfast, and dressed. A nervous energy pulsed between all of us, but the silence was hard to break as we did everything we needed to. You gonna meet us later, or come to the workshop now? I asked Vincent. We still have a few hours until the guys meet us at Hunter's. Though I wanted us all together, I understood that Vincent was weakened by sustained sunlight exposure. And the last thing I wanted was that. Especially on a day when he had to be his strongest. Vincent frowned. How many hours until we leave? I glanced at my phone to ascertain the time. About 3 hours. He nodded. I'll meet you there in 2. There's something I need to do before we go. I didn't ask what it was, I just kissed his lips and hugged him tightly. See you then. We moved to the front door, and Fridge hesitated. You coming? I asked. Fridge nodded. Yeah, I'm coming. Whatever it was, Fridge decided against voicing it, and he walked away from Vincent without even a goodbye kiss. Or maybe guys didn't do that? I shrugged. Not my biggest concern at the moment. My hand strayed to my still flat belly. I had a lot more precious things to think about. You okay? Stomach upset? Rogan asked, glancing down at my hand as we waited for the elevator. I dropped my hand away and chuckled nervously. No. I'm okay. Just stressed a bit, I think. They accepted that as the reason, which it mostly was, and we made our way down in the elevator through the lobby and onto the street. Anything you guys need to do before work? I asked. They shook their heads, so we walked the 2 blocks to Hunter's and opened the doors. I looked around at the pristine polished concrete floors, the timber staircase and the bright open spaces. I would miss this place. I sighed and headed straight up the stairs. I had a few emails to send, and some information to gather before we left. If I was heading into the underground with little hope of coming back, then I was going down wearing my mother's jewelry and as many things sorted out as possible. I got to work, my lawyer training coming in handy as I finalized my legacy. Hopefully, I would be back tomorrow, and every little untrained magical impulse in me said I would return. But not tomorrow. The door opened and my cousin walked, or rather limped in. Shadow, I said, getting to my feet. I just have a few things for you to sign. He growled with that strange rumble he had, an odd mixed noise due to the number of different shifters in his blood. You know, I don't want your money, Sadie. I grinned at him. I know you don't, that's why I'm offering it to you. I know you're not going to go out and spend it all on booze tomorrow. He smiled a little at that, and I handed him a pen from the desk. Here, just sign everything and then we can go. He limped over to the desk and peered down at the paperwork. What's it say? The lawyer part of me wanted to tell him never to sign anything he hadn't read. But the part that just wanted us to get through this next part quickly brushed over that. It's pretty much my will. In the eventuality I die, or don't return, it gives you ownership and control of Hunter's, the apartment and all of our bank accounts. My heart squeezed. A small part of me was nervous about handing everything over to Shadow, but there were a lot more important things than money. What was the worst thing he could do? Sell the apartment? Sell the business? Spend the money? I looked over my cousin's raggedy clothes and grinned. Wasn't going to happen. I don't like this, Sadie, he said, gripping the pen but not using it. I rolled my eyes. Look, if you don't sign it and something happens to me, it goes into a state trust and the government gets everything. Do you want that? Hell no. Then sign it. Fine. Shadow growled, scribbling his name at every spot and every page I pointed to. But I'm only doing this because you'll be back here tomorrow, and you can shred it all. So true, I said, smiling. When it was all done, I picked up the papers, handed him a spare set of keys, and locked the contracts in the safe. I'll give you the combination later. I already know it, Shadow said. My mouth dropped open. Fridge didn't even know it. Shadow shrugged. Jack told me years ago. And right then, I knew I'd made the correct choice. I blinked rapidly as tears filled my eyes. Let's go suit up. I'm sure the guys have every piece of ammunition in the armory out. Shadow grinned. They do. We left the office and headed downstairs, my mother's wristwatch and necklace firmly attached to me and hope in my heart. Chapter 23. Sadie. Shadow had been right. Fridge or one of the others had locked the doors, pulled the blinds, and were systematically taking out everything that could kill a vampire. The room was littered with piles of weapons and armor. Sadie. Good. Let's start getting you kitted out. I groaned. This is like my least favorite part. Vincent walked over. Well, our least favorite part would be you being drained by a vampire, so let's cover you up a little, huh? I laughed as I smiled at my vampire mate. When'd you get here? He kissed my lips, the coolness of his skin making me shiver in the best way. About 10 minutes ago. I turned toward Fridge, who was coming at me with a Kevlar suit. It was heavy, but obviously a good idea for where we were going. Okay. Let me just take this sweater off. I'd worn a long-sleeve t-shirt and leggings today, knowing that I was about to be burdened with a whole lot of heavy protective gear. Fridge slipped the Kevlar bodysuit over my head, then attached the arms to the body. You, beautiful girl, are the most precious thing going down there. So not true, I almost said. But I supposed it was technically correct, since it was likely I was carrying a precious thing. I let them suit me up, and gathered my hair into a low ponytail, watching as the other men shared the remaining body armor between them. Some, like Vincent and Fridge, ended up with none. Though when Rogan saw Fridge had nothing to cover even his neck, he took the Kevlar off his arms and gave it to my mate. You know the vamps always go for you, Rogan said. At least cover up your carotids. Vincent nodded and stepped up, bending and twisting the small loops until Fridge had at least some protection around his neck. Next was the weapons. I grabbed as many silver stakes and knives as I could find, attaching them to my thighs, my ankles, my lower back, and my forearms. I couldn't shoot a gun straight, but I could throw a knife. Then I stepped back and watched the men work. Rogan loaded up, Fridge packed bags, and even Vincent grabbed my father's knife and a few wooden stakes for the trip. The other men we'd hired to come with us all seemed calm, though there was a nervous excitement in the air. I could only put it down to the threat of death. Finally, around noon, the 8 bounty hunters, 1 vampire and Shadow, faced me. Let's go. I opened the door for them, set the expensive alarm system, and closed the door. Before I turned around to them, I kissed my fingers, then pressed them against the front door of my father's workshop. His operation had begun as a venture of one himself, and he'd grown it into a multi-million-dollar business. It was impressive and yet was mostly due to a hell of a lot of hard work, sweat and tears. And a little blood. I couldn't count the number of stitches I'd sewn into my dad over the years. I sniffed, the memories flooding my brain. Time to go. Fridge picked up 2 of the bags, while Rogan and Vincent grabbed the rest. I walked next to Shadow, down the road, and toward the hole in the earth that would lead us to the underground. We made it there in record time, or perhaps that was just because I was too busy looking around and absorbing everything around us. The trees, the lights, the fresh air, the people. Because too soon we were standing outside a vampire blood bar, which marked the entrance to the underground. This it? Max asked. Fridge nodded. Yep. But it's heavy. Let Vincent get it. I grinned over at my big dragon shifter, as he proudly watched Vincent open the grate. He was falling in love with my vampire mate, and it was kind of amazing to watch. The grate creaked open, and Rogan walked over to the hole. It's time. He slung the bag over his shoulder, and put his night vision goggles on his head, ready to pull them down once he stepped into the darkness. Remember, he said. There's a 1-floor drop, a road, then another drop into the level we're going. The mission is get in, grab the women, and get out. The men around me nodded, and I shivered with a horrible premonition that made my stomach curl. Most of them weren't getting out alive. I forced myself to say something. I had to. Thank you all. I really can't tell you how much I appreciate what you're doing here today. For me. For my dad. The men, like most men, just nodded or grunted at me with acknowledgement. I sighed, grabbed my goggles, and followed Rogan into hell.
Chapter 24. Vincent. I held the grate open to the underground and had to watch as my female mate, Fridge, and Rogan descended the ladder until I couldn't see them anymore. It made me sick to stomach and desperate to go after them. What if there's a team waiting for them in the tunnels and I can't get to them in time? But no one else had the strength to hold the grate open, so I clenched my teeth and stood like a statue. Shadow, then the other 6 men followed, all of them armed to the teeth and calmer than I'd expected. Obviously, Rogan and Fridge knew what they were talking about when they'd recommended these individuals. I only hope we're not leading them to their deaths. As soon as the last man went down the ladder, I climbed in and closed the grate, anxious to be close to my mates once more. Although Fridge and Rogan were very capable fighters, vanquishing vampires took a whole lot more strength than they naturally possessed. Especially the older vamps, like the fathers. They were lethal. I shuddered at the thought and hurried past the 6 men from Hunters. I caught up to Fridge, who stood next to Sadie, looking hilarious in his night vision goggles. I tried not to laugh and I managed it, however a smile may have snuck out. They looked like strange beetles down here, although I could understand why they needed the goggles. It was dark. Unnaturally so, in the underground, which was designed for vampires and shifters like Shadow, with serpent and nocturnal creatures like the fox mixed into their blood. Shadow limped up to me, strangely void of all protective gear. I didn't ask why he would choose not to wear even a vest, to safeguard his vital organs. The man was a legend amongst all creatures. And he didn't smell appetizing to me, quite the opposite. It was no wonder vampires detested biting him. "Everyone's here?" I asked the group. Fridge glanced around. "Yes." "Do you think they would have replaced the guard on the entrance door?" I nodded. "I do. Which means we need to attack as a group." It had taken the 3 of us, Fridge, Rogan and me, to kill the last guard they had stationed at that door. If there were 2 of them or more, we'd be in for a fight. Fridge indicated one of the other huge guys. "Travis, you stick with us. The rest of you guard Sadie. The entrance to the vault is an extremely heavy metal door, and it will probably have a guard. Vincent, Rogan, Trav and I will take him out and force open the door. The rest of you keep Sadie safe." "Where's the door?" Max asked suddenly. Fridge indicated down the tunnel. "We've still got to go down another ladder and another level, but it's not far. Stay close." I saw a couple of the men shudder at the mention of going further into the earth. I didn't mind it myself. It was dark and slightly warmer than this level. But for a human, to be trapped so far beneath the fresh air made many of them nervous. "Let's go," Fridge said, taking Sadie's hand and tugging her along the corridor toward the entrance to the 2nd level. I stuck close behind him, with Rogan and Shadow at my tail. We reached the grate and I lifted it up, allowing Fridge to go down the ladder first. The hairs on my arms stood on end as I watched him go. He was so precious to me now. If something happened to him. I shook myself and forced a grim smile to my lips for the benefit of the rest of the group. There was no going back now, no matter what. The troop descended to the next level, and we walked past the bar and towards the entrance to the blood ring. I glanced around looking for signs of life, but the tunnels were strangely vacant. I hadn't even seen anyone in the bar when we passed, which was strange and disturbing. Although this was the most likely time of day for the vampires to be home, resting. It was why I'd recommended it. But something didn't feel right. Then again, when would it? In a month? In a year? If Sadie's mom really was down here, could we leave her even another day? I hurried past the half-dozen from Hunters again to join the front group, where Fridge was convincing Sadie to stand back. "Please go and stand with the other guys while we sort this out." "But I walked forward and smiled at her, ready to cajole our mate for her own safety. "Stay here, and hopefully we won't be long. If we get around that corner and there's a whole coven of vampires waiting to take us out, I'll yell run, and I need you, no matter what, to do as I say. Do you understand?" I was trying to be calm and patient, but this was important. "Sadie?" She crossed her arms over her chest, and I was sure she was pouting behind all that gear. I reached out to her and squeezed her arm. Sweetheart, you need to promise us that if we tell you to run, you'll run. We'll hold them off as long as we can. You have 3 men who are willing to die for you, but we can't be worrying about you. It's dangerous for us. Do you understand? Surely, appealing to her in this way would work. When her arms fell away and she nodded, I grinned. Good girl. I turned back around and said to my team, let's go. And with Fridge, Travis and Rogan we rounded the corner and came up against nothing. What the? I stopped and looked at the men next to me. Travis grinned. That's a good thing. Right? I looked at Fridge, fear eating at my gut. What do you think, Vincent? Fridge asked. I feel like we're walking into a trap. There, I'd said it. I backed up and hurried around the corner to meet Sadie and the guys once more. What happened? Sadie asked, running up to me. There's no one there, I said. I think we're about to walk into a trap. Max said, how do you know? Well, I don't. But it feels like one. It's too quiet down here today. There's no guard. I don't like it. Max laughed. The vampires scared of the underground? A bit tragic, dude. Fridge growled from beside me, and I wanted to grin with happiness at his natural defense of me. Though it was hardly necessary. I could rip this shifter in half. Plus, now wasn't the time. Look. I might be wrong, but I had to say something. I'm worried we're walking into a trap here. Sadie reached out to me, gripping my fingers. If you think we should go back, we will. But when is it going to be safer to return, do you think? I don't know. Never would be an appropriate response. I think we should just go. Maybe we lucked out today with the guard, Max said. I glared at the shifter. He was really starting to annoy me. Why are you so determined to push us into going now? I asked, narrowing my gaze at him. He laughed. The idiot laughed. The money, of course. I'm assuming we don't get paid unless we go in there. That was true. But money wasn't worth dying for. I'd be happy to compensate you. Sadie squeezed my arm again. I'd really like to proceed, Vincent. I don't feel like we'll get another chance if we don't go now. Unless you absolutely believe it's the wrong choice. I couldn't say that. Not for sure. There was no evidence that I was right. It was just a feeling. No, I said, shaking my head. I don't have any proof that I'm right. So if you want to go ahead with the plan, let's do it. And to hell with the consequences. I hadn't expected to get out of here alive anyway. Okay. Thank you. Let's go together then. Sadie led the way this time, and we all made our way to the huge iron door. Last time we needed a key. Do we still have the key? I asked, realizing there might not be another way in. Rogan dropped to his knees and rummaged through the bag at his feet. I pocketed the last one. And I brought it with us. Hang on. Here. He brandished the key and my heart fell. Damn it. I'd been hoping that would stop us. I took the key and tried it in the lock, wistful they had changed the combination. But no, the lock twisted and clicked as it unlocked. This was getting to the this is too easy stage. But the group huddled around me, breathing down my neck, wanting to move forward. Fridge, help me with this, I said, and began pulling at the heavy door. This part was not so easy. It took Max and Rogan stepping up to help us, in order to finally open it wide enough for our team to get through. And hopefully we'd be coming out carrying the women. By the time we'd finished opening the massive door, we were all panting and sweating, and I was beginning to feel the pulse of adrenaline. Maybe we could do this. I took over. Fridge and I are on point. Everyone, get your weapons out, eyes open, and work together. It's the only way we're getting these women home. And it would be. There would be guys who needed to fight, men who needed to carry women, and those who would need to grab Sadie and run. Probably. Fridge took out a large knife he carried at his waist, the silver glinting even in the intense darkness. Vincent and I lead. Follow our instructions. We crept in, moving into the darkness, then surfacing in the first room. It was dimly lit and furnished with chairs and a few beds. And there they were. The victims of the blood ring. 3 women attached to IVs being siphoned of their blood. There was a pregnant young woman and 2 who appeared older. All looking pale and drawn and barely alive. To my horror, my fangs descended at the smell of the fresh blood in the air. The women all turned toward us and their mouths dropped open. Sadie ran to them and whispered, "We're here to rescue you. Quickly. Let's untie you." I forced my lips over my fangs to hide them and began pulling the IVs out of the female's arteries. I'd done some medical training 100 years ago. One of my many occupations. The women gasped. "He's a vampire." Sadie nodded. "Yes. And he's here to help." She turned to the men. "Tony. Travis. Come and grab these women." Shadow suddenly appeared beside me, growling a strange sound. "I'll take this one." He swung the pale woman that lay in the bed in front of me up into his arms, and she moaned in pain. He was shaking in the strangest way, one I remembered vividly. Shadow had found his fated mate. And it was a woman who'd been in the underground for God knows how long. Chapter 25. Vincent. "Take her and go," I said to Shadow. "You two." I pointed at the 2 closest guys. "Pick up the women and follow Shadow. He knows the way to the hospital." The men carefully picked up the women, the pregnant one groaning and grabbing for her belly. "Go," I said, then Sadie jumped in their path. "Hang on. Please. Can you tell me if there's anyone else down here? Are there more women?" The pregnant woman nodded her head, her neck as weak as a baby's. Tony raised her higher on his chest so she could rest against his shoulder better. "Through there. To the left more." "Go," I said, and Shadow led the group through the door and back toward the surface. Hopefully they weren't stopped, although by the look on Shadow's face he'd die before he let anyone near the woman he was carrying. I turned back and watched Sadie shoot off in the direction the woman had directed, through the left door. I ran after her, Rogan and Fridge hot on our heels. The smell in the room was intoxicating in the worst possible way. Blood. Exotic, incredibly beautiful blood that I'd never smelled before. It had to be a witch. A powerful witch. I saw her before she spoke. A woman. In the corner, hooked up to one of the machines. But this woman wasn't just connected, she was tied down, ankles and wrists bound to the chair she sat in. We crept forward, then Sadie let out a strange sob and fell to her knees in front of the woman. "Mom? Mom? Is that you?" The woman lifted her head, and there in the dark I saw a spark of recognition. She lifted one of her hands but couldn't reach out. Then she spoke, "Sadie? You can't be real." She then sobbed so hard I could barely understand her, but she was saying something like, "Help me. Please." Rogan rushed forward and began tugging at the rope she was bound with. "Fridge, I need your knife." Fridge came forward and gave Rogan his knife. He began sawing at the ropes, freeing her arms and legs. I went to work on the IV needle in her arm, my stomach dropping with disgust at seeing all the different needle marks marring her flesh. She coughed. "They're on my legs too. They've run out of veins." She was probably right. Next it would be to tap her carotid artery, and then she'd be done for. "Let's get you out of here," I said, bending down to lift her. Then I heard a thud and a cry from the other room. "They're here," Sadie's mom gasped. There was another groan and a scream. That was 2 down. We'd brought 6 from Hunters with us. 2 were on their way back to the surface, so hopefully we still had 2 more left to fight with us. I handed her to Rogan. "Take her. And if you get a chance to run, do it." I was the strongest of our group, and I bolted for the exit to the room. Fridge was just behind me as we charged into the fray. There were 4 vampires in the room, attacking our guys. I went straight for the vampire closest to me, who was draining the blonde shifter we brought with us. I ripped at his throat with my fingers and punched him hard in the head, snapping his neck. He fell to the ground, along with the guy we brought with us. Fridge cried out. I turned around and Fridge had disappeared, dragged off somewhere. 2 of the vampires were now missing too. Damn. This was not good. The final vampire came at me and I grabbed the blade at my waist, gripping the black rubber handle, then driving the silver stake straight through his heart. Then the whole room went cold and Max stepped out of the shadows, a grin on his stupid mouth. He'd managed to get around the vamps pretty easily. Here he is. As you requested, Max announced, indicating to me. The smell of an ancient father was like no other, and as Bartholomew glided into the dim light of the draining room, my heart sank. We were stuffed. I straightened up, assessing the strengths and weaknesses of the room in a heartbeat. If I could get Rogan to run with Sadie and her mom, I might be able to hold off the father long enough for them to get away before he killed me. Maybe. I was super dosed on blood, but then again, the father probably was as well. Rogan. Bring the ladies out here, please. I called out, and I waited for them so I could put my plan into action.
Chapter 26. Sadie. Oh my God. Was that Max? I asked, glancing over at Rogan. Did he bring the vampires here? Rogan's nostrils flared as his eyes shifted to wolf yellow. Yep. Bloody traitor. He'd sold us out. One of my father's own had sold us out, on a mission to rescue my mom. I couldn't believe it. Rogan hoisted my mom higher on his chest, holding her tightly. I glanced from him to the door when Vincent called for us. What do I say? Rogan grimaced and lowered his voice. We're in trouble in here, there's no way out. If Vincent wants us out there, he might have a plan. I called toward the door, we're coming. I trusted Vincent with everything inside of me. I could only pray Rogan was right, and my vampire mate had a plan. My mother's hand suddenly grabbed my arm, quicker and stronger than she appeared. What's wrong? I asked her, then almost slapped myself upside the head. Apart from everything, of course. A smile trembled on her thin lips. Come closer. I bent my head over my mother, turning away so I didn't poke her with my night vision goggles. She whispered into my ear. I knew you were coming for me. I felt it days ago. I have some magic left, so if we need to fight them, if there's no other choice, I can take them out. I gasped and stared at her, shocked. Really? Then why hadn't she done it before? She nodded, then pulled me down to her again. But I might need your help. Your dormant magic can amplify mine. Are you willing to do that? I nodded and gulped. Of course. It will hurt, she warned me. I shrugged. It couldn't be worse than dying down here. Anything, Mom. Anything. She smiled at me, then went back to cuddling into Rogan's chest like she was as helpless as they thought she was. You ready? Rogan asked me, and I nodded. Would I ever be ready to walk into a room with a vampire father, a traitor, and my vampire mate? All of them ready to fight to the death? Nope. But here goes. I walked in front of Rogan and glanced around for signs of Fridge. I couldn't see him anywhere, but as I searched inside my heart, I knew he was still alive. Somewhere. He wasn't dead yet. I'd know if he was. I'd feel it. And I was pretty sure Vincent would too. I walked up next to Vincent, forcing myself to stay calm, despite the way my heart pumped frantically in my chest. So, traitor. What did you get for turning us in? I spat at Max, who stood next to the vampire father Bartholomew, still wearing the protective armor my dad had paid for, the night vision goggles I now owned. He grinned at me. A lot more money than you were offering. Then he turned to Bartholomew. So, where do I pick up the rest of what you owe me? Vincent began to chuckle. You don't think you're actually getting out of here alive, do you? Max took a step back. What are you talking about? I reached for my knife that was strapped to my thigh, pulled it from its sheath and flung it with as much strength as I had. With all the anger and pain in my heart. There weren't many spots on Max's body that weren't covered in my protective gear, but that made my aim true. The knife slid into his throat, in the gap between his chin and the Kevlar covering his chest. Max staggered backwards, gasping as blood gushed down his chest. He fell against one of the chairs they'd kept the pregnant woman tied to, and I watched with a great sense of satisfaction as he bled out on the ground in a big, spluttering mess. Then I remembered Bartholomew was in the room, and glanced over at the vampire father. Oh? I hope you didn't mind me killing your source. I meant it sarcastically, of course, but when Vincent chuckled, I glanced over at my vampire mate who was staring directly at the father. The vampires value their sources, he began. But value nothing above loyalty, the father finished. So? I started, you're glad I killed him? Bartholomew smiled in the darkness. Well, you did save me the effort. And you seem to take a lot more pleasure in it than I would have. I snorted. I certainly did. The father inclined his head. I'm glad. So now that you will die, you can do so with a smile on your face and happiness in your heart.
Chapter 27. Rogan. I gripped Sadie's mom with both hands, trying to figure out what we were going to do. Vincent surely wouldn't have called us out here unless he had a plan. How were we going to get past the vampire father? Vincent had said that he was so strong he could rip us in half before we realized he'd moved. So why hadn't he already? Was he savoring our demise? And then the reason he hadn't already killed us came to light. Put the witch down and step away, he said, looking straight at me. He wants Sadie's mom safe. No, Sadie said, stepping in front of her mother. You've had her long enough. I want her back. He chuckled, the sound as ominous and poisonous as I could imagine. Suddenly, Fridge came charging back into the room, covered in what I had to assume was his own blood. But he was in full flight, his skin dark and scaly, his hands transitioned into claws. He ripped into Bartholomew, and I watched in awe for a moment as Fridge attacked without losing control of his shifter. Run! Vincent screamed at me and pushed at Sadie. Go! We'll cover you. He launched at Bartholomew, joining Fridge in battle. I didn't think, I just ran, pumping my legs as fast as they would go, Sadie hot on my heels. We flew through the drain room, into the hallway, and past that solid steel door. That's as far as we got. There was a group of vampires waiting for us on the other side of the door. Go back. Go back. I yelled at Sadie, doubling back into the long hallway. Is there another way out? I asked her mother. Sadie's mom shook her head, and I backed into the corner of the strange room, pulling Sadie with me. My heart was pounding and my wolf was howling. With two walls at my back, I only had to protect the front. But how the hell were we going to get out of this now?
Chapter 28. Sadie. We were trapped. And worst of all, I could hear someone moving toward us once more. But it was Vincent, dragging his leg and gripping the side of his neck where he was bleeding. Oh my God, are you all right? I asked. Vincent shook his head, looking dazed and confused. He let me go. Who? I asked, then I heard it. The chuckle of the ancient vampire, as he glided his way across the room toward us again. Sadie? I'll ask you again. Please. Put your mother down and leave her where she belongs. Rogan's growl from beside me and my mother's gasp had my hands curling into fists at my side. I forced myself to inject some levity into my tone, though sweat ran in my eyes and I could barely see through the night vision goggles now. Bart, I addressed the ancient vampire. So nice of you to join us. Damn it. I tore the goggles off my head, wiped at my face and eyes to clear some of the heat response, cleared the screen and pulled them back on my head. That's so much better, I said, though a shudder ran through my body at the scene before me. I could see so much better now, and that meant I could see the anger in Bartholomew's face. And the truly frightening number of vampires that had now infiltrated the room where we were trapped. Suddenly, it hit me with the force of 1,000 knives. One simple truth. We were all going to die, unless I could work something out. "Found this one in the corner," said a vampire to my right as he hauled Fridge's body along the ground and threw him at us. He fell to the floor with a heavy thud, and I rushed forward with Vincent at my side. "Fridge. Is he all right?" I asked Vincent, who was running his hands over Fridge's body. He was unconscious and bleeding from every body part one could see. His face, his neck, his arms, his chest. His arm was broken too, if the angle it hung at was any indication. Vincent dropped his head and pressed it against Fridge's massive chest. "He's still alive." Vincent looked up at me and stared me straight in the face, and the message was clear. Fridge was alive, but barely. We had to get out. And we had to find a way to carry him. Damn. The odds of us getting out of here in one piece just got smaller. I straightened my spine and stood tall, staring at the old vampire father. "What do you want?" He smiled with a look made me shiver from head to toe. "Simple. I want you and every other witch in the state bound and bleeding for me." I shuddered again. I don't know any other witches. I've never even met any of my mother's family. I stared straight at Bartholomew, and I was proud how steady my voice remained. But I was telling the truth, and from the way his lips suddenly pulled down, he knew it. "Then I'll just take you." "Grab her," he said. "No." Rogan gripped me and tugged me back to my mother. Vincent put his hands under Fridge's arms and dragged him back into our corner. So there we were, our backs pressed quite literally against a wall. Shadow had gotten out and taken some of the women with him. And us, we were together. All 4 of us. 5 if you counted my unborn baby. My hand went to my belly and pressed flat. "I'm so sorry." I put my other arm out and yelled, "Stop! I'll go with you. Just let my mates leave." Bartholomew chuckled. "I don't think so. We'll hook them up to a machine and drain them. Shifter blood is highly sought after, especially a dragon." His eyes lit up with pure malice, and my neck tingled with a warning as anger pooled in my blood. "Except for Vincent, of course," he added. I swallowed hard, willing my anger to grow, to flicker, so that I could feel the magic my mother had spoken about only moments earlier. "What will you do with Vincent?" I asked, glancing down at where he squatted next to Fridge's body. "Damn, I hope he's still breathing." "He needs to die for his treason, that's obvious," Bartholomew said, like it wasn't someone's life he was talking about. "But how much pain we should inflict beforehand will be the question. Do we torture him for the information he has? Or simply tie him in the desert and let the sun turn him to ash?" My mouth ran dry, and my heart began to pound in a totally different way. I said I'd go with you willingly. Just let them go. Why the hell wouldn't he take that deal? Surely I'm worth more to you than them? When he shook his head slowly, my heart sank. I was going to have to try something else. Then a thought occurred to me, and I wasn't going to get a second chance at this one. "Can I ask you one question before you kill us all?" Bartholomew inclined his head, as though he would grant me this small favor. I clenched my teeth and blew out a breath through my nose. "I need to know who killed my dad." I heard my mother's gasp from beside me, and ignored it the best I could. I had a mission. I would explain everything to her later. Bartholomew frowned. "The vampire assassin that carried out that assignment has been dispatched since that night." A sense of triumph filled my heart. I hope it was painful. "Okay. Well then, tell me who ordered the hit. Was it you?" I asked as gently as I could, hoping he would admit to it, and I would, with pleasure, help my mother kill this creep. Bartholomew met my night vision gaze, the ghost of a smile lifting his lips. I waited, my heart beating so hard I was afraid I'd miss the words when he said them. "Please. Just tell me," I asked again. The vampire father sighed. If you must know, yes, it was me. We kept your father alive to raise you to adulthood, to become a new donor. But when the time came to take you, he kept getting in the way. And he wouldn't help us with information on your mother's line, no matter how much money we offered him. It was time. Long past it, to be frank. But the years go by so fast. I inhaled sharply against the pain stabbing at my heart. He died for me, like I always feared he would. I reached for my mother's hand, and she pressed closer to me, whispering in my ear, "If I can use you as my base, I might be able to do it." I knew what she meant, and so did Rogan. And from the sudden fury I saw on Bartholomew's face, he'd heard her too. "Get her." "No," I yelled, squeezing my mother's hand tight. "Now." The light hit first, like in a lightning storm. The blast of white filled the room. I screamed at the pain in my eye sockets, as I was momentarily blinded. I wrenched off my night vision goggles with my free hand. Then, like the thunder, the noise hit. But instead of the roll of storm clouds, the sound came in the form of my scream inside my head, and then in the room around us. The pain was so intense, I could barely stand, but I forced my knees to lock and stared at the vampires in front of me. They were flinching in the face of my mother's magic, but they weren't dying, nor were they running away. In fact, Bartholomew was slowly, inch by inch, step by step, moving closer. "Turn it up," I yelled at her, though the burn in my blood, in my skin, was so intense, I wanted to curl into a ball and rock myself to sleep. She glanced at me, her sallow skin quivering with the force. "It's gonna hurt," she said, trembling. I wasn't sure if she meant her or me, but the answer didn't matter, though it would probably be both. I glanced down at Vincent and Fridge, feeling Rogan's hands on me. I wasn't letting them die. Not for me. Not here. Not now. I extended my free arm and held out my palm, willing my untrained magic to curl with my mother's and blast these assholes to hell. "Do it?" She twisted my wrist and shot her magic harder at the vampires, and they began to die. Screaming in pain, their skin evaporated. Their bodies turned to black dust. Bartholomew trudged through the white light, as one would move through a snowstorm. I took all my anger, all my hate, all my protective instincts, and focused all that into my hand. White magic shot out of my palm directly at him. It forced him back. "More!" I screamed, at my mother or myself, I wasn't sure. Their screams and my own were ringing in my ears, but I couldn't stop. I wouldn't. Not until we were safe. And free. We blasted the whole room and beyond. Pain like fire stripped my bones, my skin, all the way down to my toes, until finally Bartholomew began to wilt like a flower under the hot sun. His skin and flesh melted away, and he too joined the pile of ash on the floor. The vampires were dead, and my mother fell to the ground beside me. The pain inside me stopped, but there was nothing left to hold me up. I crawled to her. I did what Vincent had done with Fridge, and pushed her frail body over, placing my ear on her chest. My own breathing was too loud, and my heart hammered like it was racing to the finish line. I held my breath, and there was the faintest of sounds. Lub-dub. Lub-dub. I pushed myself up a little, so I was still lying down, but no longer on her frail rib cage. I looked up at Rogan, who was staring down at me. "I think she's still alive." He crouched down and put a hand to her neck. He nodded. "There's a pulse. It's faint, but it's still there." I was feeling dizzy. Beyond dizzy. I was going to faint or vomit. Or both. I glanced up at Rogan. "Get us out of here." And then the whole world went black.
Chapter 29. Rogan. I stared down at my mate, unconscious, lying next to her mother. God, they were incredible. I glanced around the room, where there was nothing left of the vampires who had been set on murdering us. Nothing but piles of dust and ash. Vincent grabbed my arm. "We need to get them out of here. I can carry Fridge. Can you carry Sadie and her mother?" "It would be a stretch. One over each shoulder, perhaps." "I think I can." "You sure you got him?" Fridge had to weigh 100 pounds more than Vincent, and I knew Vincent had taken a few injuries in the fight. More than a few. He nodded. I can do it. He grabbed Fridge's arm, knelt down, and pulled Fridge over his back in an old-fashioned fireman's carry. Get the women, he said, his face a grimace of pain. I didn't stop to ask if he was okay. We'd only be okay when we got out of here. I picked Sadie up first, putting her over my left shoulder, then very carefully put her mother over my right. I wasn't sure how fast I'd be, but I had them both. Let's go. We moved along the tunnel, stepping over the ash of the fallen vampires and moving through the now empty blood ring draining center. Shadow had gotten the women out. There was no one left. We kept moving, finally reaching the ladders to get back to the surface. I couldn't climb with 2 women over my shoulders and no arms to hold the rungs with. I'm going to have to do this in 2 trips. Vincent turned and looked at me, then nodded. I'll go first. And I'll help you lift them up through the hole. I nodded, and we did exactly that. Somehow, Vincent, with all his vampire strength, carried Fridge up the ladder and pushed him up through the grate, then put him down on the first floor. Panting with exhaustion, he reached through the hole, and I set Sadie down to carefully carry her mother up to Vincent. God, she practically weighs nothing, he said as he took her from me. I nodded and went back for Sadie, who was still unconscious. You shouldn't have risked your life with that magic. It could have killed you, I said, even though she couldn't hear me. I shook my head. I carried her over my shoulder, up the ladder, climbing 1 rung at a time. Vincent took her and pulled her up to the next level. Yes, but she is our Sadie, he said in answer to what I'd said below. Fierce and protective and loyal. That's why I love her. I nodded. That was why we all loved her so much. I glanced around, looking for anyone or anything that might attack. But there was no one to be seen. We rested for a moment, then heard footsteps running down the tunnel. I jumped to my feet and reached for the knife at my waist, finding it missing. Ah, well. I clenched my hands into fists. We didn't get this far to die now. A wave of relief washed over me when I saw one of the hunters, Travis, running down the tunnel toward us. He'd come back for us. Holy shit. You made it out, he yelled, getting closer. You all okay? I glanced at Vincent. Define okay. Vincent grinned at me, though he was as pale as a stale bottle of milk and swaying slightly. He needed blood, and the rest of us needed medical care. Can you carry Sadie's mom? I asked Travis, gesturing to the tiny woman lying next to Fridge. I can't carry them both up the ladders, and we've got 1 to go. Of course, Travis said, scooping her up into his arms. Let's get moving, though. I sense movement in the tunnels, though I'm not sure how many. I nodded and picked Sadie up, then glanced at Vincent. You need help with him. I didn't know how I'd help, but we could swap for a bit. But Vincent shook his head. No. I've got him. I grinned at the vampire as he pulled the huge dragon shifter up and over his body, groaning under the strain. You really love him, don't you? I asked. Vincent stared at me for a moment, then shot me a grin. Hell yes. Now let's go. With the help of Travis, we managed to get our precious cargo up out of the underground and into the daylight once more. We collapsed onto the sidewalk, panting and sweating and swearing profusely. Bloody hell. I can't believe we made it out alive. Travis hailed a cab and pulled open the door. Get in. All of you. You shouldn't stop. Just keep moving. I glanced at Vincent. To the country house. Vincent nodded. You got the address? Yeah. I do. Sadie had given it to me before we left this morning, just in case. We climbed into the cab and Travis looked at Vincent, then said, Just wait 2 minutes, okay? He hurried over to the vampire bar across the road, went inside, then returned quickly with 2 quarts of blood. He passed them into the cab, and the driver groaned. No blood in the cab. I rolled my eyes. Trust me, we've got money to cover any damages. Go and don't stop until you're safe, Travis said. Thank you for all your help, Travis, I said, then glanced up at him. Did you get the women to the hospital with Shadow? Travis nodded. Yeah. We did. They're being looked after by some magic guy. I grinned at him. Good luck, Trav. He patted the top of the cab. Take care, guys. He limped back into the shadows from whence he'd appeared. I readjusted Sadie, who was lying across my lap, and looked at Vincent. Time to go. He nodded. Yes. Let's go. I gave the address to the driver as Vincent began to drink from the casks Travis had bought for him. He had one hand resting on Fridge's still form. I kissed Sadie on the forehead and held her close. It was time to take our mates home.
Chapter 30. Sadie. Damn, everything hurt. I opened my eyes and pressed both hands to my temples, trying to stem the throb of pain. My arms ached, my skin burned, and the world around me spun. But I was alive. And if I was lucky, so was my baby. She's awake. I heard someone call at my side, then turned my head to meet Rogan's intense gaze. His hand slid over my arm and interlinked our fingers. Sadie, my beautiful mate. How are you feeling? I swallowed hard, my throat sore and my mouth dry. Thirsty. Rogan didn't move but called out, "Bring some water." I glanced around the room, trying to get my bearings. Where am I? Then I saw my mom lying in the single bed next to me, pale as a ghost. Oh my God. Is she all right? Rogan gripped my hand and Vincent walked in the room, looking strong and healthy. Sadie? He didn't seem to know how to finish that sentence, so instead dropped his head and kissed me on the lips. It's so good to see you awake. He stood straight again and handed me a glass of water. How about you sit up? I nodded and tried to push against the mattress, but my muscles hurt too much. Damn, not sure I can. Rogan carefully lifted me up and placed pillows behind my back. I leaned against the headboard. I took the glass and put my lips to the rim, taking grateful sips to wet my mouth and swallow. How long have I been out? It had to be more than a day, the way I was feeling. And to put it nicely, I felt like death warmed over. 2 days, Rogan said. My mouth dropped open. Whoa. I was going to put an IV in tonight, if you didn't wake up on your own. Dehydration was becoming a problem. And that's why I need to pee so bad, I said and pulled the sheets back. I gasped at the pain that shot through me. Rogan swept me up into his arms. Allow me to escort you. I gripped his neck and let him carry me to the bathroom, where I went to the toilet and splashed some water on my face. The house we were in was neat and had a country-type old-fashioned feel. When I staggered back out of the bathroom, Rogan handed me some tablets. For the pain. I didn't ask what they were, I just put them in my mouth and swallowed them down with some water. I took a step and my legs shook. This time, Vincent hoisted me up and carried me back to the bed. How's my mom doing? Where's Fridge? I asked, then a streak of horror shot through me. Please tell me he got out. Rogan grinned. He's in the next room. He's still unconscious. He was pretty badly drained by the vamps, but Vincent carried him out. I glanced at my vampire mate. But he's like 300 pounds. Vincent shrugged and I glanced over at Rogan, who looked proud. Damn, wish I'd seen it. Vincent chuckled. You and your mom saved us all. You didn't need to see me carrying an unconscious Fridge. It wasn't pretty. What wasn't pretty? Fridge grumbled from the doorway. Fridge? I cried out as I gazed upon his gorgeousness. He was wearing a pair of thin black joggers and nothing else. He was pale and had more scars than I could count, especially on his arms now. But you're a sight for sore eyes. He staggered over to me and kissed my lips. So are you. His grin was crooked but genuine. He headed back to the doorway and leaned against the frame for support. Vincent didn't say anything. He simply walked slowly to the doorway, then wrapped his arms around Fridge and held him tight. Fridge frowned, looking confused, but then he hugged him back, cupping the back of the vampire's head gently. You okay? He asked Vincent. Vincent broke off and huffed out a laugh. Me? You're the one who's been unconscious for 2 days. Yeah, feels like it, Fridge said, swaying on his feet. Come sit down, Vincent said, taking Fridge's hand and pulling him to sit in the chair by the bed. Is my mom okay? I asked. Has a doctor been by? Would they have risked calling one? Rogan shook his head. No. Vincent has some medical training, so he checked you all out, went out to the local hospital and stole some supplies, and he's been looking after you. Vincent nodded solemnly. I've mostly just been watching. Fridge needed some repairs, and I considered a blood transfusion, but he didn't need it in the end. And my mom? I asked, my gaze furtively shooting across the room to where she lay quietly. I swallowed hard. She looked almost dead, she was so still. Vincent squeezed my shoulder. She needs rest. I hooked up an IV the first day we got here, and I gave her an iron infusion. We'll see what else she needs when she wakes up. Great. I leaned my head back, sliding deeper into the mattress and under the covers once more. My hand slipped to my belly, cradling the life I hoped grew there. Are you okay? Vincent asked. Would you like something to eat? I smiled, thinking that now may be the time to tell them my news. I would, but now that we're all together and awake and alive, I want to tell you guys something. They all waited, staring at me. My wolf mate, my dragon mate, and my vampire mate. 3 men to love me, and hopefully, whatever children came along. I don't know for sure because I haven't seen a doctor yet, but I think I'm pregnant. Vincent froze, Fridge's mouth dropped open, and Rogan grinned like a Cheshire cat. Or in his case, a satisfied wolf. It's not certain, I added. But I'm late, and considering us all being fated mates and all the I shrugged. Surely it didn't take a genius to add those numbers up. This is fantastic news, Rogan said, reaching out and rubbing his hand tenderly over my belly. How are you feeling? Fine at the moment, I said. Other than, half dead from my mother using me as a booster for her own magic. A growl came from Fridge. We would never have let you go into the underground, if we knew. Vincent suddenly snapped out of his statue-like state. And that's exactly why she didn't tell you. Then he looked at me, his eyes sad. I know the baby is not mine, but as your mate, I hope you will include me also. I can certainly help with all the night feedings. Rogan laughed. Dibs on the non-night stuff. I reached out to Vincent and grabbed his hand, pulling him close. Don't say that. All 3 of you will be this baby's daddy. And hopefully we'll have a lot more children. I grew up as an only child, so I want this one to have at least one more sibling, maybe 2 or 3. I wanted a family, a big one. And with 3 mates, surely more than one baby wouldn't be a problem. If that's what you want. I pulled him down for a kiss. I do. As I'm sure Fridge does too. I glanced over at my dragon shifter mate, whose eyebrows were still tugged low. Hey, I said. Did you know that Vincent carried your big butt up 2 ladders? From the blood ring rooms all the way to the top? That was the impression I'd gotten from Rogan. Fridge's uncertain expression cleared immediately as he stared at Vincent. Is that true? Vincent nodded. Then Fridge grabbed for him, pulling Vincent onto his lap. So, I owe you my life again, huh? Vincent grinned this time. I suppose so. Fridge cupped Vincent's jaw and kissed him. I bit my lip as tears swam in my eyes. I was surrounded by love, and this baby would be too. I pulled Rogan onto the bed with me, and cuddled into his broad chest. My father's murder had been avenged, and we'd gotten those women out of the blood ring. And somehow, miracle upon miracle, I had my mom back. I closed my eyes and sighed. I had to wonder, what would tomorrow bring? Epilogue. 6 months later. Sadie. The spark I'd been trying to create with my hand died, like I'd blown out a candle on a birthday cake. I'll never get this, I muttered, snapping my fingers on my right hand and trying to bring it back. I was getting so frustrated at the lack of magical ability I had, even after 6 months of training. My mother laughed and walked toward me, where I sat on the swing in the huge backyard. You're 7 months pregnant, Sadie. Your energy is elsewhere at present. Stop expecting the world of yourself. I rubbed a hand over my large belly and sighed. Mom bent over and spoke directly to my bump. And how is my grandbaby today? I grinned at her affectionate tone. Never in my wildest dreams had I imagined I would have my mother here with me, alive and well, for the birth of my first child. He or she's good, I said, rubbing the spot under my ribs where my child liked to kick me. Active but good. Active is a sign of good health, Mom said, and led me over to a couple of chairs we had set up on the patio that wrapped around the house. I sighed and listened to the men inside, banging and hammering away. Do you think they'll be done by the time the baby comes? I asked. They were building an extension onto the house, a nursery, for our little one. Mom nodded. Yes. But whether or not we'll have time to decorate it, well, that's another question. I sighed and stretched in the chair. How'd you sleep last night, Mom? Any better? Mom winced a little, then smothered it with a smile. You heard me? I nodded. Yeah, we always do. I was just hoping it was getting better. Mom still had terrible nightmares. She was a landmine of emotional trauma and scars. We had to be so careful about what we said or did. Vincent walked on eggshells around her, and wouldn't feed on the property at all, choosing to drive 2 hours to another city to get blood. I wasn't sure she'd ever fully recover. Mom sighed. I am so much better. I can sleep now. I can see the sky. She glanced up. The guys had put a massive skylight over Mom's bed, so anytime she wanted to, she could reassure herself she was no longer trapped underground. And your mates are just beautiful, Sadie, Mom said, smiling. They make me feel a lot safer. Just like your father did. I rubbed my belly thoughtfully. I heard from Shadow yesterday. He wants us to come back and take over again. The business, the apartment. I think he feels guilty for living our life, or something. Mom bit her lip. I can imagine he would, but really he's doing you and all of us a favor keeping everything running, keeping your father's business alive. That's true. I'll send him a message to thank him for everything he's doing, and that we won't be coming back for a year at least. Are your mates happy with that? Mom asked. I nodded. For the moment. I know they miss the city and their jobs a little. But the baby and I are more important to them, and until we know it's safe, we're staying here. Mom excused herself to go inside and make herself a pot of tea, and I stayed on the patio, talking to my baby and singing softly to myself. We had money, a house, and a family none of us had ever dreamed was possible. Shadow could take on the blood ring and hold court for all the paranormals in the city. I was staying here for now. Mated to 3 men, 2 of whom were also mated to each other, pregnant and happy. Life didn't get any better than this. The end of Sadie's trilogy. You can buy Shadow's story here, or read on for a sneak peek.
Chapter 1. Shadow. The Blood Ring's underground operation was like walking into hell on Earth. Dark, disgusting, and ringing with the metallic tang of blood in the air. But I went into the depths of darkness willingly, because my cousin Sadie had asked for my help. And bringing down those vampire leeches was worth my life. I followed Sadie down the manhole, past the vampire bar I frequented with my clients, then kept going. Past the point I'd ever gone, past the point of no return. We climbed down another level of darkness. Then, after killing a vampire and breaking into the Blood Ring's guarded rooms, we stepped through a huge door designed to keep everyone out. I crept along the hallway like a rat, quiet and quick. Sadie and Vincent rushed forward, speaking in hushed tones to the women we'd come to save. The witches the vampires kept as prisoners. Unwilling blood donors for the wealthy vampire's tastes. I rounded a corner. The hallway opened into a chamber where there were 3 women. Then I saw her lying on a bed, strapped to a machine that was siphoning her magical blood from her veins. She was so pale she was practically the same color of the once white sheets, and even in the dim light of the room, I could see the weakness in her body, the frailness in her muscles. How long had she been down here? And what had she endured? Sadie was untying the largely pregnant woman on the next bed. Vincent stepped over to my woman. I shuddered. My woman. Yes. She was my woman. My mate. No. I wasn't meant to have a mate. My abomination of mixed genetics should never have created a person such as myself, let alone allowed fate to hand me a woman as precious as this one. As I took a step closer, watching Vincent withdraw the needle from her arm, I felt it again. An undeniable desire to grab her and hold her close. I would kill anyone who threatened to hurt her. My whole body trembled as I walked forward on unsteady legs, desire coursing through me. Every instinct in me was fighting to take her from Vincent. My shifters snarled and hissed. I could barely stand the buzz in my mind. But they were all in agreement about one thing. They wanted, no, they needed, the woman lying on the bed in front of me, dying a slow death. I'll take this one, I growled out to Vincent once he detached the needles from her skin. I bent over and didn't hesitate as I lifted the woman into my arms. She moaned softly as I transferred her from the rancid bedding onto my chest, the stench of waste filling my nostrils. I held my breath, my shifters flinching at the smells of the room. But when she turned her head and pressed closer to my shoulder, nuzzling in like a small kitten, a deep shudder of happiness pushed through me. Damn it all. I was never meant to feel any of this. Tony and Travis. Take these two and go with Shadow. He knows the way to the hospital, Sadie said, and I nodded as I turned away. I did know the way. The hospital had been my idea. And there was nothing, literally nothing, I wanted more than to take my mate out of here and get her well. The two beefy bounty hunters Sadie had brought with us picked up the other two women who had been on the draining machines. One of them was extremely pregnant, and the sight of her belly made my heart pound and anger pulse through my gut. What sort of monster would do this to a helpless woman? Rape her until she was pregnant, then steal her baby for its blood? Vampires. I held my mate tighter to my chest and clenched my teeth. Let's go. I forged forward, back the way we'd come. Tony and Travis joined me, and we headed down the dark tunnel and through the iron door, making our way toward the light. Up ahead, 3 vampires ran toward us. Oh shit, I said. What is it? Travis asked, staring ahead. The 2 hunters wore night goggles to help them see in the dim light. With my hair and fox genetics, my nocturnal vision made the goggles redundant. Vampires. The woman in my arms whimpered as I lay her down near the wall. I'll be right back, I whispered to her. I stepped back into the firing line. You two stay with the women, I told Tony and Travis. I've got these guys. 3 vampires were going to test my skills. Probably to the point of breaking them. But no matter what happened to me, I'd never fought for anything more important than the mate a few feet away from me. I took a breath and clenched my fists, determination pulsing through me. They would not get to her. Here, Travis said, pressing a gun into my hand. I lifted my arm and fired at the 3 vampires coming for us, relieved to see my aim was true for at least one of them. The silver bullets hit the central vampire in the chest. I squeezed the trigger over and over. 1, 2, 3, 4. The other 2 vampires darted out of the way. The middle one went down, turning to ash. I threw the gun to the ground as the remaining vampires launched at me. I slid to the side, pulling my knives from the sheaths strapped to my thighs. I sliced through the air. A sharp bite sank into my lower leg. I slid out of the way of whatever that was. One of the vampires swung at me. I dodged, coming up under him to land a good jab into his throat. The other vampire leapt at me, wrapping his arms around my chest from behind. He bore down. I cried out as my ribs broke, the bone-cracking pops sounding like death popcorn in my head. I threw back my head, hitting and dislodging the vampire, then took a swing at him with my silver knife. The vampire I'd cut crumbled into ash behind me. I panted hard, sweat forming on my forehead. My leg was bleeding, and already infected from what I was pretty sure now was a vampire bite. I wouldn't die from that. I'd built up a pretty good tolerance to them, but it burned like hell. The third vampire lunged at me and punched me in my already broken ribs. Pain rolled over me. I dropped to my knees, clutching my ribcage. The world around me swayed. The vampire slammed his fist into my head. I rocked to the side, stomach churning, and slumped forward. Maybe I wasn't going to win this fight after all. The vampire stepped in front of me. He opened his mouth and exposed his teeth, triumph in his feral eyes. Travis and Tony darted in from both sides. They grabbed the vampire, yanking him back. The vampire twisted and thrashed in their hold, but they tightened their grip on him. "Stab him!" Travis yelled. With effort, I pushed to my feet. I staggered forward and, using the last of my strength, slid the knife up under the vampire's jaw. He blew to ash. I stumbled backwards, my head swimming. "Thanks, guys," I panted, reaching for a lighter in my pocket. I flicked the lighter, a huge flame rising from the silver square I'd carried with me for over a decade. "You seriously stopping for a smoke?" Tony said. I chuckled, not surprised they couldn't see my injuries. "No. I need to cauterize the bleeding from my leg, or I'm not going to make it." There was deathly silence as I held a silver dagger to the flame, got it red hot, then took a deep breath. I'd used a lot of mental tricks over the years to deal with the chronic pain my birth condition gave me. But this was going to sting like a mother. "Want me to do it?" Travis asked, walking over. "No. Travis took the blade, squatted down, and pressed the blazing hot metal against my leg. I swallowed the scream that rose and clenched down on my jaw while swimming through the levels of consciousness. I refused to pass out. 1, 2, 3. Travis pulled the blade away and stood. "And I thought the stories about you were exaggerated." He chuckled before patting my shoulder. "You're the toughest bastard I've ever met." "Thanks," I managed to say, the pain beginning to recede. I reached down and touched my leg, and my broken ribs reminded me of why that wasn't a good idea. At least the bleeding had stopped. I tried to take another breath. Shit. Small, slow breaths. One foot in front of the other. "We've got to get out of here before any more come." Tony rushed to pick up his witch. I limped over to my mate, but Travis bent over, picked her up, and deposited her into my arms. I opened my mouth to thank him, but he was already picking up his witch. "You're right. We better go." I nodded, stealing my pain barriers into place inside my mind. This was going to hurt, but once out in the fresh air, I'd feel better. No matter what. "Okay. Let's go." My mate put a hand on my neck, and that small warmth and attempt at comfort made the walk to the first ladder almost bearable. "Back up the ladders," I said, as I stood at the bottom of the entrance and glanced up. "We're gonna have to work together to get them all up safely." Travis nodded as he hoisted his very pregnant witch up his chest. "I'll need help." I didn't want to hand my mate off to either one of the shifters again, but for her safety, it would be smarter to have them help. "I'll climb up first, then lift the women through the hole." "You sure you're all right to do that?" Travis said, nodding at my chest. "You took quite a beating before." I shrugged, ignoring the screaming from my broken ribs and the blood soaking my clothes. "Pain and I are old friends. I can do it." Tony walked closer. "Do you want me to pass her up to you?" I gripped my mate tighter in my arms. Putting her in a fireman's carry, then hoisting her up through the hole probably wasn't the best option for her. Yeah. But can you hold yours as well?" "I can stand a little," my mate whispered, my wolf shifter senses keen enough to hear her. I glanced down. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "As long as I can lean on him." I didn't like that idea. What if she fell? "No. If you're strong enough for that, I can carry you over my shoulder, and you can crawl through the hole when we reach the top." "Okay." She nodded. "I can do that." Her voice was sweet, but so broken it made my heart ache. "Let's go then, beautiful." I gently maneuvered her over my shoulder, which would free up my hands to climb the ladder. A loud bang sounded from the direction we'd come. I turned toward it, staring into the darkness. Should we go back and help? I asked, speaking aloud. Travis grunted, shifting his pregnant witch. We can. But we'll have to leave these women here. The three women began to sob. I turned toward the ladder. Sadie and her mates would have to look after themselves now. They're on their own. The goal was to rescue these women, and we're doing that. Let's get going. I settled my thin, fragile mate over my shoulder and began to climb, one hand at a time, dragging my bad leg up each iron rung. Pain splintered through my back, and I clenched my jaw, refusing to let the pain win. I'd taken some hits, sure, but nothing that wouldn't heal. I reached for some of my limited magic, and found only a tendril curled inside me. I focused on the warlock in me, and pushed the healing magic through my body, soothing some of the breaks and hoping the internal bleeding would stop. My breathing became easier, and the sharp edge to the pain dulled. Then the magic was gone, depleted. I had nothing else left to give. I reached for the next rung and pushed up with my good leg. 3 more to go. I hauled my mate, whose name I didn't even know, up the final rung, until my head was through the hole. My lungs strained as I heaved in a breath. Can you get onto the floor? I asked her as I climbed up one more step. She rolled to the side, landing beside the manhole and curling up into a ball. I groaned with pain as I surfaced through and sat down on the concrete floor, breathing hard. I would have been seeing stars if the small amount of magic I'd used hadn't reduced the pain to a reasonable level. Bring her up, I called to Travis, who held the pregnant woman. I dragged my legs up through the hole so I would be able to reach down and pull her up. My broken ribs would hate me for what I was about to do, but I would deal with that tomorrow. For now, I had people to protect. Are you okay? I asked my mate, then dropped my head. I'm sorry. That is the most ridiculous question. She unfurled like a flower in the sunshine, then wiggled around so that she was still lying down but was no longer in the fetal position. I'm Katie. My mate had a name. I smiled even though pain rolled through me. Nice to meet you, Katie. Thank you for saving us. I don't know your name. Everyone calls me Shadow. But that's not your name. I opened my mouth, but I wasn't sure what to say. I never used my real name. Ever. Travis hauled himself up the ladder, one rung at a time, barely holding his witch since he needed the 2 arms to climb. She clung to his neck while he tried to hold her with his elbows. Just a little bit more, I called as I reached down to grab onto her. She extended her thin arms up to me, and I grabbed a hold and pulled her up as gently as I could. She weighed less than Katie, but looked 9 months pregnant. That could not be a good sign for mother or child. Travis groaned and came up through the hole after her. I'll help Tony, he said to me as I wheezed through the pain in my lungs. You want to start moving? I nodded and pushed myself to a stand. Yeah, I can do that. I'll carry Katie to the entry point, then we can all climb out together. I picked up my mate once more, and the pain began to ease. Whether she was working a spell on me, or the simple feeling of holding her against my body was working its own magic, I didn't care. I limped past the vampire bar, sticking to the shadows as Katie buried her head in my neck and trembled in fear. Don't worry, I whispered to her as we grew closer to the final ladder. No one's going to hurt you now. And no one would. Ever again. I'd make sure of it. We reached the entrance point and I leaned against the ladder, closing my eyes as exhaustion washed over me. We'll wait here for Tony and Travis. They won't be long. Thank you for saving us, Katie whispered. I pulled her tighter against me. I'm sorry it took us so long to find you. I had so many questions I wanted to ask her, about how long she'd been down there and what she'd been through, but now wasn't the time. If she really was the mate I believed her to be, in the long term I would find out everything, and hopefully I would be able to help her heal. The sound of footsteps met my ears, and I straightened up to better see the people who approached us. It was Tony and Travis carrying their witches. You okay? Travis asked me. You want me to take the lead? I shook my head. I'm fine. This is the easy bit now. We just need to get up into the sunlight where most vampires don't dare to tread, then make our way to the hospital. It's about 3 blocks down. You don't think we're going to get spotted? Tony asked. The 3 of us are carrying women covered in dirt and blood. I grunted as I lifted Katie against me. There's no choice. We have to risk it, and we need to move fast, because once the vampire fathers find out what we've done, they'll be after us. Katie moaned and quivered in my arms. I straightened. No more talk. Just follow me. I managed to get up the final ladder and into the sunlight, hauling my emaciated mate through the hole. She gasped and rolled onto her belly the moment we surfaced, shielding her face from the light with her hands. Shit. I'd forgotten about the fact that Katie probably hadn't been in natural sunlight for a very long time. I stood over her in the direction of the light, creating some shade. Are you all right? She nodded. Help the others. I'll be fine. I got to work lifting the other women up through the hole, and then, as an unlikely group of 6, we hauled ass through the city. We made our way past a throng of people who stared at us. Not long now, I whispered to Katie, whose face I could barely make out under the layers of blood and grime. She clung tight to me as I carried her through the crowds to the only hospital in the city the vampires didn't own. That was because it was run by warlocks, who were the most hunted species in the city. Download and read here.